This meeting. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to this colloquium today, focused on the issues of publicness and the public sphere under the threat of digital oligarchy. I look surely forward for discussions on the key important challenges facing the public sphere, the issues of publicness in the digital age. I would like to mention in particular that this year we commemorate, or I should probably say we should commemorate the centenary of the publication of Ferdinand Tönnies, I would say famous critique, der Öffentlichkeit, critique of public opinion, and another book, Walter Lippmann's provocative book, Public Opinion. Tönnies' book was, I would say, a unique attempt to conceptualize public opinion as an essential part of the general theory of society, renowned for his Gemeinschaftsgesellschaft dichotomy. But unfortunately, this book remained largely ignored. In contrast to Lippmann's work and the famous Lippmann-Dewey debate in the 1920s on public opinion, which still resonates in the literature today. The potential influence of these valuable ideas discussed at the beginning of the last century was greatly weakened by the invention of opinion polls in the 1930s. In the decades that followed, critical thinking about publicness and public opinion was largely marginalized. The long-lasting ontological and epistemological crisis in critical studies on public opinion and publicness ended in the late 1980s with another famous publication by Jürgen Habermas, Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit, first published, as you know, 40 years ago. The concept of the public sphere, which arose in the English translation of Habermas's book, has not only caused many controversies, but was and is itself a controversial concept. Habermas's work continues the classical tradition of the social theory of publicness, but on the other hand also radically breaks with it, which is best reflected by several facts. First, that Dewey and Lippmann are not even mentioned in the Strukturwandel. Tönnies is mentioned just in a note suggesting that he summarized the studies of all the German sociology on this subject, which means public opinion, and Gabriel Tarde's conceptualization of public and mass opinion was misjudged by Habermas as, and I quote, neither bound by the principle of public discussion nor concerned with the political domination. And moreover, among 300 books and articles suggested by Habermas for further reading in his Strukturwandel, only Lippmann's Public Opinion and Mill's Power Elite are included, but none of the works of Dewey, Tarde, and Tönnies. My own critical analysis in the book on datafication of public opinion, public sphere, is focused on the historical changes in the core phenomena of publicness, Or perhaps we should say, just a suggestion, or an idea, we should talk about publichood, to suggest a term closer to the German Öffentlichkeit. Anyway, the book is about the possibilities, conditions, and obstacles to the development of a public sphere in which publics create, articulate, and express public opinion by means of reflexive publicity in an established democratic public sphere. So it's there are a number of issues I discuss in the book, but let me briefly explicate the key themes that are at the heart of my reflections. First, I discuss the question of how the Enlightenment idea of public formation, expression of opinion, the idea of opining, has been replaced by the technology of extracting opinion or opinion mining. We can note a general historical conceptual transformation from opining at the beginning, first to the formation of public opinion in opinion polls, and then to the contemporary establishment of what people think or want using computer-aided analysis of the big data available from the digital records. Second, and parallel to this general transformation, we can trace the origin and consequences of the academic rise and fall of two related concepts: public opinion on the one hand and the public sphere on the other. They are both in historically specific periods located at the border between normative, theoretical, and empirical orientations, and both suffer from an unreliable definition and conceptualization. A century ago, a group of American political scientists declared public opinion a useless concept. It was only a few years before the architects of opinion polls announced that a new method of data gathering had solved, as they believed, the age-old problem of the lack of reliable empirical public opinion research. In a similar way, soon after the glorious rise of polling, critical scholars faced with this, with the administrative nature of polling, declared that the concept of public opinion no longer existed. Publicity did not fare any better. While the principle of publicity played a central socio-critical role in early studies of public opinion, publicity soon became merely synonymous with persuasive techniques and advertising. And today, critical theorizing of publicness and the public sphere seems to be on the brink of crisis yet again. The specific historical intervention created by the domestication and rapid and widespread adoption of the German concept Öffentlichkeit in English as the public sphere was a new critical incentive in the publicness theory in the research, and it happened at a time when critical social thought problematized and even abandoned the notion of public opinion due to its predominantly administrative use. However, it also undermined the semantic complexity of publicness that is essential to the concept of Öffentlichkeit. The decline in the affirmation of the fundamental principles of publicness in public discourse is reflected in the banalization of the concept of the public sphere nowadays. This historical epistemic value and ethical roots of the concept, asserting the central role of communication for an enlightened public and democratic politics, have been lost in the pursuit of operational reliability. The once propulsive concept of the public and the public, afterwards the public sphere, now appears to be stagnating, if not in decline, in critical scholarship, and there are even calls for such a concept to be eliminated from the critical social research altogether. Just to briefly, doesn't work, to briefly sort of indicate these changes, it's interesting to compare the original ideas, let's say, in Tönnies' book about the role, the function of public opinion in his conceptualization of society, Gesellschaft, public opinion in his model of society played a fundamental role together with the state and the economy as a specific form of social will. Later, if we look doesn't work? Okay. If we look what has happened with the idea of the public sphere, we can see that in contrast to public opinion in Tönnies' work, public sphere is just a specific part, a segment in measuring quality of democracy along many other dimensions. And if we look at how the idea of public sphere is further operationalized, we can see that it's sort of technical operationalization which has almost nothing to do with the initial great ideas of, let's say, public use of reason and other ideas promoted by the Enlightenment. The fourth theme in my book is the liberalization and operational banalization of the concepts publicness, public opinion, and the public sphere, brought about by major technological advances such as polling, data and opinion mining, and communication algorithms. In the 1930s, the invention of opinion polls made possible to quantify public opinion by harvesting and analyzing large data sets from online social media services. Opinion mining, also called semantic polling, now appears to facilitate extraction of opinion even more effectively than polling in the past. So this tendency further sort of deteriorated the complexity of the concept of Öffentlichkeit when focused on, particularly when used in empirical research. Then analysis of these conceptual changes brings us to the question of the development of relatively stable material culture, as Dewey called it. That is, I probably would rather sit here. It's difficult to stand. I have some problems with my back. Sorry, that's okay. So the issue of the material culture, as Dewey called it, is I think essential in the contemporary, should be essential in the contemporary debates on publicness. It relates to democratic societal infrastructure, essential to the formation of publics or the public, and public opinion or public opinions in plural as instantiations, as specific forms of publicness in the discursive superstructure. So this infrastructure should be the basis on which discursive superstructure is created, including the publics and public opinion or public opinions. And it includes all those, in principle, empirically measurable material conditions that, according to Mills, should enable the emergence of society of publics. And in this sense, the theorists of the early 20th century, such as Todd, Tönnies, and Dewey, understood a specific type of societal structure, for example, Gesellschaft for Tönnies, that enables the formation of public opinion. I conclude my thoughts in the book with the Varmil model of publicness or publichood. The VARMIL stands for visibility, access, reflexivity, mediation, influence, and legitimacy. And the final part of the book is focused on the question how these concepts should be or could be used in empirical research. So these 6 components are fundamental, I think, to, on the one hand, understand the complexity of the concept of publicness, and on the other hand, to enable empirical research of publicness, including other or specific forms of manifestations such as publics, public opinion, publicity, and so on. These are some suggestions for how can we respond critically to theoretical and empirical challenges and reintegrate publicness, public opinion, the public and public sphere in critical theory and research. Criticism of the public sphere seems to me to be constructive insofar as it provides new incentives for reconsidering the public sphere as intrinsic to solving contemporary problems of democracy and re-establishing the critical epistemic value of publicness, or as I suggested, to use the term publichood. At the end of my book, could you please forward it to the final slide? I present, thank you. So this, we have these 6 basic components of the principle of publicness, and which can be used for empirical research to define specific areas of theory that should be applied in empirical research, which is on the one hand related to the 3 core elements of the public sphere, and on the other hand to the 6 components of the principle of publicity or principle of publicness, as I suggested. So this is a short presentation of these key ideas, which I think could be a basis for further development of the theory of public sphere, publicness. I would thank you for your attention at this moment, and I now leave the floor to my colleague, Assistant Professor Jernej Kaluža, who will chair the morning part of this colloquium, and he's also representing the co-organizer of this event, the Center for Social Communication Research at the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Ljubljana. And at the same time, I would like to thank him for the excellent work he did in organizing the colloquium. So thank you for your attention, and the floor is yours, Jörner. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for coming, also from my side. So just a few additional, a bit more technical remarks for the beginning from my side. So today's colloquium consists of 4 panel sessions, 2 of them in the morning and 2 of them in the afternoon. In the morning panels, we will, with one exception, enjoy presentations from international guests, presentations at least judging by the titles, with somewhat more holistic and comprehensive approaches, which enter in different ways into dialogue with Slavko Splichal's book, Datafication of Public Opinion. The afternoon presentations will often be more concrete and more particular case studies in which local researchers from Slovenia, will present their ongoing work, research they are currently doing that is also in different ways related to Splichal's work. In the morning panels, we will first listen all the presentations and have a joint debate at the end of the session. This debate is open to everyone here, of course, by raising your hand and getting a microphone, and of course also to those present with us through the MiTeam platform, and I'm sure that there is also some kind of a raise your hand function there. So coffee, tea, water, snacks and things like that will be available on the other side of the square during the short breaks, and we will also have lunch at this same location. So I hope that the colloquium will go ahead without too many technical or organizational problems, but to be completely free of them is almost impossible, I'm sure, and so I am apologizing in advance for any kind of inconveniences in this context. And for various reasons, we have also decided to try to stick to the schedule as strictly as possible. So we may be pushing you a bit, those of you who will be presenting here today, during the presentations and during coffee breaks and so on. And yeah, as you saw probably, for the PowerPoint presentations, we have this remote controller. You can stand here, be I think approximately 1 meter around these microphones, or you can sit there also, as Slavko decided. So yeah, this is it, and if being on time is one of the imperatives, I should probably stop talking right now and present the first presenter. And this is Hannu Nieminen. He's a professor emeritus of media and communication policy at the University of Helsinki, Finland. He was also the director of the Helsinki Institute of Social Sciences and Humanities and the dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences of the University of Helsinki. The title of his today's presentation is The Faltering Utopia of Liberal Democracy, the Public Sphere and the Digitization of Inequality.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Of course, it is an honor to be here. Yes, very short explanation. I mean, I am also a part-time professor at the University of Vytautas Magnus in Kaunas University, and I'm also a visiting professor at the London School of Economics and Political Science. They are mentioned here because I have to report yearly where I have been, so it is essential here. So what I'm presenting here is the title rather demanding, and after I have informed about the title, I realized that And after reading Slavko's book and articles, I realized that I don't have much new to say. So it means that I will more or less then say what we already know, but I've tried to organize it in a way that may give some new ideas in the present circumstances. And especially, during the crises, several crises that we are experiencing in Europe and globally too. Of course, one of the reasons why so much has been already said about the issues around the public sphere, publicness, and digitalization is the work of Slavko, of the recent book, his most recent book, which I managed to also to get my hands on. So he has discussed during the years so extensively on these topics that try to develop something quite new and, surprisingly, novel approaches is rather challenging. So I will just try to list the issues that I feel important here, and I try to make it in a time available here now. Okay. The structure is the following. I will list the questions which are there. Three questions. First of all, what are we expecting the so-called theory of the public sphere to answer? What are the questions there? Second, can publicness survive the devolution of national sovereignty that I see has happened already and is accelerating actually nowadays? And third one is then about the digital modes of communication. Can they serve the transnationalization of publicness here? So the first question is about how to organize the period of discussions or discourses on the public sphere. Slavko has written about those intellectual, approaches quite much. I try to connect them here to certain kind of societal challenges that we have tried to answer in different times and times periods. In the original starting period, when the Habermas's famous book was published, I think what Habermas was responding was the German condition, rather strictly German condition after the Second World War, and try to find a new legitimation for the society that had to be reorganized even from scratches, society, culture, and economy. There, trying to find a new kind of approach after the collapse of the Weimar Republic and, of course, the Nazi rule there. So then, a couple of decades later, 80s and 90s, there was this Anglo-American revival of exposure to the public sphere theories. Again, it was the period of Thatcherism and Reaganism and neoliberalism, and it was then again an attempt to find a new kind of, normative answer to the challenges that liberal democracy was experiencing on those days. I don't give names here. I mean, names can be found rather easily. Who were the people on different times and what kind of approaches they were presenting then. So then we come to the turn of the millennia, if you like, in Europe. It was again the end of the Cold War. It was the expansion of the European Union. It was a need to defend and justify the European Union, both in theoretical terms and also in political terms. And then I think the public sphere theory was rather instrumentalized in the name of trying to find a kind of a more empirical basis for the united Europe, if you like, in cultural terms, also in political terms then later on. And then we come then to the period that we know the best today, our present times. The crises all over the place, the different kind of crises, and we have been discussing about the transnationalization, we have been talking about the global governance of the internet, digital constitutionalism, digital public sphere, and so on, quite much here. So, and all the processes have been also cumulative, which means that all the elements from the previous discussion have been then transferred to the new kind of space and sphere, if you like, academic sphere. So it means that we perhaps can try to find some kind of tools or instruments trying to connect the different phases, stages in the development of public sphere theory. How should we evaluate and assess the different approaches here and theoretical traditions and approaches here? And I think that Slavko also in the new book, gives quite much material for this kind of, how to say, further categorization or let's say historization of this discussion here. So it is for our own, how to say, reflexive self-understanding what we are discussing here. What are the questions we are trying to answer with this theory here. So this is a first reflection. Now then, about the second question. And here I quite follow Slavko's definition and theoretical how to say, exercise. He has been doing it for decades, a couple of decades, a long time. The publicness actually has to be understood as a constitutive principle, yes, of course, in our modern European political and social thinking, or even in our culture, how we understand, I mean, who we are, where we are, what is the world around us. Publicness is there always, has been there in the modern times. And also it's a kind of a liberal democracy, it is also the legally constituted political system in Europe after the Second World War. And of course I have to emphasize, I'm speaking here now from the how to say, Northern European experience, from the Nordic countries experience, how we see the development after the Second World War. Quite much, and it might differ then from the eastern part of Europe, of the western part of, and central, whatever, southern part of Europe too. Embedded in the institutions of national sovereignty, parliamentary politics, public administration, education, and all these different, how to say, institutionalized practices that we are within which we are living. So publicness is there, rather embedded, especially after the Second World War. And I join the couple of researchers who have stated or claimed, or let's say stated, that the constitutive ideal of publicness has been best expressed in the form of the European social welfare state, which is of course rather much we think that in the social democratic northern part of Europe, we are maybe the example of this kind of publicness, have been example of this kind of publicness there. The years of the European welfare state, again, they have been characterized by several features that I have been listed here: economic growth, improving living standard. What is not there is democratization of different spheres of life. Work life was one of the areas too. Education, upward social movement, expansion of the mass media, and so on. The social compromise behind European welfare state was based on the promise and expectation of constant growth and the erosion of social and economic inequalities. When I'm saying the social compromise, behind that is the so-called class compromise, which means that the class compromise was based upon the idea of, let's say, the traditional inheritance of the industrial class relations, in industrial society, which meant also that this compromise included the idea that the main conflict that was kind of engineered was between the working class, industrial working class, and then the let's say the capital owners. And then this kind of compromise then hid under it the different kind of other kind of power conflicts that are there, were there, and still are there, which means gender balance, which means sexual orientation, which means cultural, ethnic, whatever contradictions and so on. So they were kind of hidden under the lid because of the compromise. Compromise was there. So now then, where are we? This social kind of social contract, was very much teleological in its essence. So accumulate today, and your children will have a better life tomorrow. Rather Protestant or Christian, actually, the idea was there, and still I think is there. So now we have experienced then the second part of the development, the slow decline of the European welfare state, and just to remind us that in liberal democracy it is the state power is based upon its sovereignty to control its public resources, the tax money. So it is the source of the power of the state, and if the state loses that power, it doesn't have any more the sovereignty. It is not anymore what we are thinking, what we trust it to be there. So then we have the major shift. Again, they are listed there. The solution for the stalling economic growth in the 70s and 80s was the solution was to change the terms of redistribution of public resources, fewer public resources for social integration and equity, like health, social care, culture, and so on, and more resources were then changed to the benefit of private economy, industry, entrepreneurship, in general, innovation and growth, as is the punchline actually. Privatization, we know about it. Deregulation, we know much about it nowadays too. And all this amounted then to the removal of public resources from democratic control outside the critical public sphere to the privacy of property owners. So the public-private, the demarcation line then was drawn in a different way than it used to be, totally. Of course, it meant also from the viewpoint of publicity, publicness, it meant also the change from solidarity to the competitive social relations. And also, on the other hand, it meant also unbounding. It meant also the end of the social contract, end of this class-based social contract, which meant that the hidden conflicts then came to the surface. They were made visible, more visible, and they have forced their way also now to the political public sphere in a totally different way than they used to be under this social contract, the previous social contract of the social welfare state. So then we come to the devolution of national sovereignty. Again, we know about this globalization, which means, especially for the small states, it means in trade and finances, it means the giving up the sovereignty and joining the bigger economic powers, European Union, for the European single market. Again, in security, for example, it means also not to be left alone, but to join the bigger military forces, security, defenders, if you like, NATO in this case especially. And also it means the increasing influence of the other international organizations which have been much influenced by these neoliberal policies and this privatization of social relations, if you like. So the result is the devolution of national sovereignty, which means, in practical terms, that the competence of national governments to answer to the claims of public opinion has essentially reduced. And issues that can be effectively challenged in the public sphere have radically decreased. The autonomy and sovereignty of the nation state has reduced too, which then means that instead of democratically accountable global institutions and bodies, we are living the age of self-governance of multinational corporations, or, like we say, there is a multi-stakeholder global governance, which doesn't mean much, actually. Or of course, there is an empirical definition for that. I think so. So then, about the anomalies of this situation, resulting from this resulting from this reconstruction period. I mean, this social welfare state building. European states used to have a very strong control over society. So they were controlling politics, economy, culture, and society. Habermas's, the intrusion of or domination of the civil society too included. When the political public sphere is about how to share public resources to satisfy different interests. So this is one definition of the political public sphere. How to negotiate under the social contract, as I defined here. So negotiation is there going on. And if the government doesn't anymore have resources, doesn't have competence to decide over the public resources, so then the public will formation cannot anymore make legitimate claims about the distribution of public resources. So there is a kind of a mismatch. The members of the public, when they experience that the addressee of their claims, which means that the government doesn't have the competence over the resources, so of course there is the legitimation crisis then. There is a lack of trust, there is a diminishing trust, and there is the fail of trust. When this happens, then the political public sphere cannot fulfill its, the mediating function that was supposed to be there in the welfare state period. So the question is then how controls the infrastructure of the public sphere, and also what happens all to these institutions that were constructed under the premise of publicness. And when I say institutions of publicness, I'm referring to the educational system, healthcare system, all these public institutions that are there based upon the proposition or expectation that they are actually serving the publicness principle, if you like. So then what happens then? Politics becomes mere management of external necessities, as has been also claimed and stated. So then the politics is more or less reaction to the OECD, European Union, IMF dictated or recommended solutions. Or then it is also reaction to the COVID-19, war in Ukraine, energy crisis, inflation, or the climate crisis. So it is a reflection or reaction to the crisis, management of the common public resources, not deciding on them. So then the final question: will digital modes of communication serve the transnationalization of publicness? And this is rather, abstract thinking in my mind yet, because I have difficulties to understand, to grasp the transnationalization thing, and I try to explain why. In the European welfare state, the social compromise was partly based on the trust, to the great degree actually, on the trust of the media and its role to act in favor of social responsibility, in the name of spirit of social responsibility. So the media was expected to mediate different opinions and pacifying social and political conflicts. So this was the liberal democratic fallacy, if you like, or belief, actually. So today, as I think I have tried to convince you that the traditional media has not been able anymore to live up to this original promise, and its ability to function as a mediator between civil society and the government or the state, if you like, that it is really non-operational today. So this gives rise to two interrelated tendencies, and I think we know about the distrust thing. So it has been much discussed. I mean that there is a increasing mistrust in the news media, or traditional media, journalism, whatever, news media especially. But I think that the second one is actually more prominent there, and it is the irrelevance of the news media. So I mean, because the news are not they are not talking to us, they don't touch us. We are not engaged into the news as they are happening somewhere else. They are necessities which are informed to us. So it means that the news are more or less irrelevant then. News media is irrelevant to us, which means then that the news media is something that is happening there on the sphere of elites, international elites, or on the international organizations, whatever. And so what we do, that we find our information and communication from other sources which seem more relevant and seem to speak to us, seem to speak our experience better than the news media, which is then social media in all its different phases, in all its different platforms also. I think that in other, I have claimed in other instances elsewhere, I have claimed that the media, in our understanding, in the welfare state model or form, it carried several functions and still carries several integrative functions, which are all necessary for this inclusive public sphere. Facts are there. Orientation should be there, interpretation, how to make sense of all the facts here, social connection, which means belonging, social belonging, culturally, whatever, language-wise, diversion, there is the relaxation and resting component, and self-expression, participation and engagement, have our say, and to be heard, I hope. So the problem is that when the distrust to this traditional media has increased based upon people's own experience and then on the other people's experience, which is then amplified, simplified and circulated through the social media. So the distrust and dissatisfaction and discontent has increased towards the news media. From the viewpoint of political public sphere, then compared to the traditional media, social media platforms are not related to the ethos of publicness or principle of publicness, unlike the traditional media. They certainly are not oriented to mediate between the civil society and decision makers, unlike traditional media. They don't even claim to validate the facticity of relevance of the information, unlike the traditional media. And they don't hold themselves accountable to their audiences, like the traditional media, in a strange way, claim to make. And more perverse, actually, is that the social media platforms, like the Twitter, is managed and owned and managed by one person in the world, privately, his private business, and Meta also, by one private person is policing actually the Meta and so on. It is perverse. So then the social media platforms, okay. Let's say, so in Europe, from all this perspective then, in Europe I would say that we have a kind of a contradictory situation. Something that is missing there is, of course, the increasing critical capacity of European people, I mean the publics, because of the improving level of education, improving level of living standard, whatever, professionalism, all these things, there is much more critical capacity and competence that used to be within the population, people. And there is a tradition of democratic institutions. I mean, there is the crux of democracy is still there. We have elections, we have political parties, we have political debates, and so on. So critical potential is there, certainly. But on the other hand, we have the fragmentation and value differentiation within the European Union, which really is how to say, harming the publicness in all European aspects there. And the second one is however European Union is coordinating policies, it is increasing its global influence, not only internet regulation but in other areas of life. But the problem is that the first fragmentation and value differentiation is about the core values of Europeanness, publicness, democracy, whatever. And the second aspect where Europe is strengthening its role is disciplinary thing. It is like disciplining from above the European people and whatever citizens here. So if I think that political public sphere exists and is always only in relation with the claims that can be effectively addressed to the sovereign decision maker, the government here, who has the full control over public resources. How can we think that kind of political public sphere in global terms, transnational terms? Can we imagine an infrastructure for inclusive transnational public sphere promoting the public opinion in transnational terms? I think the crucial, uncomfortable question is, can we really realistically imagine a global democracy that is based on publicness as a constitutive principle? Which means also, do we think that liberal mode of democracy is imaginable on a global stage, or if not, what do we think is really the alternative, which would still based on the Enlightenment values as the basic principles? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. And our next speaker is Ksenia Vidmar-Horvat. She is a professor of the sociology of culture at the Faculty of Arts and the vice rector of the University of Ljubljana for study and student affairs. Her research interests include European studies, the sociology of post-socialism, post-colonial theory and gender and nationalism, and visual culture. Today, she will give a presentation titled Collapse of Reason Between Private Anxieties and the Fall of the Public Sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much first for the invitation. I'm very honored to be on present in this forum, acknowledging and reflecting Professor Slavko Splichal's work. Thank you also for the prompt and effective organization of the symposium. When I first submitted the title of my presentation to Jerne, I was thinking whether to say a collapse of reason or the collapse of reason, and because I wasn't sure, I just left it collapse of reason. I'm not sure if that's grammatically correct. But today I changed it to a collapse of reason, hoping that this is just a temporary thing that we are facing at the moment, and that there is still an opportunity to save the reason, the Enlightenment legacy, as Professor Splichal spoke about. And I am sociologist of culture. I also lead the research program, The Social Contract in the 21st Century, and both these research interests will inform my presentation today. So first, sorry. Not working, or? Okay. So in my presentation, I will focus on three topics. First, I would like to give a sort of snapshot of current condition, state of the art as concerns social situation. Second, try to list some reasons why we have ended up in the situation that is imposing upon us and our future and the future of our generations. And thirdly, I will try to give some suggestions how to exit this state. So in this first slide, I will just list some by now common knowledge about the situation that we are facing. Public sphere is fragmented. We all know this by now. It is very much polarized, and authors increasingly talk about tribalization of the public. Another predicament, which is not listed here, is that this polarization is not a clear-cut picture. It is really very much confused image of who belongs to where and why, and there's a lot of ideological confusion. So you can have far-right neo-Nazis marching together with Antifa. We saw that during the COVID pandemic. You can have extreme radical nationalists protesting together with human rights activists. So it's kind of confusing how to really address these new alliances and talk to them and try to understand them. Of course, then we have fake news, alternative truths, and movement against reason, against Enlightenment legacy. And it seems to me that this is not just a kind of side effect of polarization and tribalization, but it's very much, we could talk about new technology of society, which is sort of trying to put us into the situation where the difference between truth and post-truth will not be relevant anymore. We have return to nature, which is a kind of strange situation, whereas the modernity was kind of travel away from the nature to control nature, to control instinct, to control intuition, and now instinct, intuition, and nature are being promoted as high values, as kind of paths towards empowerment, towards autonomy, towards integrity. So this is also kind of confusing if we look into the tradition of Enlightenment and the modernity. Not only are we entitled to our own truths, we are entitled to our own facts. So it is kind of disturbing, really, to intervene in the debate in this sense as well. So, if I try to give a brief social diagnostics that can be found in literature, of course, this is not my own work, it's just my research of what's available out there. We have several kind of ways to follow why this is happening at this moment, and Hannu already gave us some ideas. The shift from modern to postmodern, or the shift from modern liberal to neoliberal, political economy, society, state in the 1970s, and a lot of work, contemporary work, looks into class resentment as one potential source of this mistrust, distrust, and search for new sources of information, enlightenment, even empowerment and engagement, civic engagement. So class resentment definitely is one reason why there is so much distrust in political institutions, in the institutions of welfare state or social state or state. Then there is, of course, resentment to elites and their institutions, and within these parameters, universities, I'm not sure why, but we could speculate why, are seen as culprits to this kind of abandonment of ideas of common good, of social equality, of joint advancement towards prosperity and affordable future. there is a lot of culture backlash or discussion about culture backlash and culture wars that are being fought between blocks of woke culture or cancel culture or political correctness on the one hand, and far right or just right, traditional right, which is trying to sort of bring us back to the senses, or to re-establish the senses, in quotation marks, of course, to re-establish some kind of stability to our value system, to our understanding of identity. And it seems to me as a sociologist that we need to understand these sentiments. There's no point of laughing at them, there's no point of trying to see them as irrational. It seems to me that a lot of sociological work at the moment is actually, that's my own critique, lagging behind in terms of providing understanding why this is happening to us. And incidentally, a lot of interesting research, interesting to my field, is coming from psychology and social psychology branches. And it seems to me that this is something that we will have to address as well, how social theory is actually responding to these predicaments. And of course, there is this sense of estrangement from the mainstream or from the modern social contract, that the modern social contract has left certain groups non-acknowledged, non-addressed. In particular, white working class male males are the ones that are being identified as the most frustrated by the development, especially since the 1980s, 1990s, the return to the turn away from class analysis to identity politics, and this, of course, includes, again, social theory and academia, the turn to gender studies, culture studies, African American studies, whiteness studies. All of a sudden, we have these programs as well. I remembered myself being involved in PhD program in the US in the 1990s. Myself and my advisor from University of Bologna, we were still reading Marx and German ideology, and we were seeing sort of exotic creatures at the sociology department in the University of California, because at that moment everybody was talking about Latina studies, about LGBT studies, etc., etc. So class analysis was very much out of the class. Class dismissed was a very famous article by my colleague, whom I incidentally studied with at that time, in which she suggested that social theory does not care, or social theoreticians do not care about class anymore. So in a way, we are implicit or complicit in this development, which I will talk a little bit later. So in terms of what's happening in relationship to media and the public sphere, again, I mean, nothing new. Hanu identified some of the problems already. Media and the public sphere are actually clashing with these new social currents of reclaiming space, reclaiming identity, reclaiming social visibility. And this has produced a new kind of social dynamic, whereas social contract has moved away from commitment to enhance public good and moved toward identity claims and group loyalty. And this means that the truth, verified facts, play a lesser role in determining how we engage with media, how we engage in public. It's very much more important that we get a sense of belonging from the media rooms or bubbles, where it is important that we all state more or less the same truth, or we are committed to disseminate same truths regardless of their actual status of verified, scientifically or factual based proofs. Attention economy, of course, we know this is kind of, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but attention economy is part of the industrial or technological or biopolitical regime that's behind social media. So social media do not like us, but they do like us not personally, but like us if we hang around and scroll through messages, images, etc., in order to measure our interests, our passions, and sort of anticipate where our attention will go next. So this is very much different from the early advertising industry, the advertising industry in the 20s and the 30s, which studied psychology, studied how to incite desires, how to produce desires. Now we have different kinds, Slavko Splichal already said, different kind of logic where the desire finds us already when we open the screen. This, of course, leads to political segregation and eclipse of civil discourse. And this eclipse has happened in a very brief period of time. In 2008, blogosphere is today when blogosphere, this is sort of the dawn of the blogosphere, where still existed, as media scholars would say, this was still the golden age of the internet. To read or to write a blog demanded time, demanded some kind of research, demanded some kind of rational engagement with the author, with the reader. After that, and especially since 2015, we are witnessing a completely different scenery in terms of communication, in terms of psychology of communication, in terms of our brain and cognitive functions, etc., etc. And I would perhaps well, move just on. We'll leave my comment for this later on. So my question is, do we really need to blame it on technology, and do we really need to engage in the research on our transformation of psychology and what's happening to our cognitive biases and what's happening to our psyche and psychology and subjectivity? And just looking through history, I would like to sort of refresh our memory that whenever we meet with a new technology, there is a kind of reaction, and usually anxious reaction, phobias spread, what the new technology will do to us, to our brain. I'm sorry for the very small font. I hope you can read it. Just to go to the 1950s, post-World War II period in the US, when the television set became a standard household appliances in the 1950s, there was a very serious debate going on, engaging serious intellectuals and cultural critics that this will destroy the mind of the modern man, and that we are facing the fall of the modern subject. Then there was also the debate from less serious, less scientifically, I would say, based research, that there was actually a conspiracy between advertising industry and housewives in order to undermine the male authority at home. So there's a lot of research on this. I put some references on the screen. If we go read McLuhan, 1964, he talked about technological idiots, and Baudrillard, ecstasy of communication. He already announced in the 1980s the end of the public space. There were some bizarre issues that watching TV would produce eye fatigue in the adults and would cause serious health concerns in children, especially, I'm not sure why, that it would damage their teeth development. So if we look into the post-world period between 1960s and 1980s, there was a lot of resentment and a lot of critical concern about technology, especially television. And we had we could hear many bizarre stories that we can hear today, but I would say that the situation is not the same, really. The internet and social media in particular have brought upon us a major disruption in thinking, in communication, in dialogue, in civic engagement, especially because of the speed within which they engage us, because there is no regulation and because there is no serious discussion at the state level how to really bring together freedom of expression with social responsibility, how to integrate social contract into this new media landscape. Very briefly, what we see is, in a way, kind of fantasy or illusion that social media are actually expanding the public sphere, opening, democratizing, pluralizing the debate, whereas in fact, as I started this presentation, we are seeing kind of disruption into the public debate, alternative paths of deliberation, or even impossibility to deliberate in the sense that we were hoping would become a global kind of praxis. The role of the academia, I mentioned the 1990s, 1980s. The postmodern term seems to be a major culprit at the moment in this move away from the reliable sources, from the reliable truth, from the verified facts. Yes, of course, we have all read, I guess, our portion of postmodern authors, books. Lyotard, The End of Grand Narrative, created an impression that there is no objective or false impression. I'm not sure if that was Lyotard's intention, false impression. There are no objective or verifiable truths anymore. In addition, the idea of a multi-perspective, which will give voice and recognition to minorities, created again a side effect perception that there are no final truths. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion, to their own truth. On the right side, you have the image of Vladislav Surkov, who is seen today as the mastermind behind Putin's idea of restoring the empire. He is trained in postmodern and avant-garde theater, and is actually has been studying the Western turn to the postmodernism, and seen and suggested that this turn in epistemology, in research, would be a very effective tool to undermine the democratic legacies. Again, I don't want to sound as a conspiracy theorist, but it seems to me there is something to be looked into, and to return, reflect, and perhaps also reconsider a little bit what we meant by the postmodern term. Finally, what is the role of the university? And this brings me to my main concern of my current research, briefly explicated in this final slide. What can we do about this transformation of the public discourse, of the understanding of democratic deliberation, how to intervene? And when I read the European documents, European Strategy for Universities, or perhaps UNESCO last year published Social Contract for the Education, when I read these documents, I see a lot of consciousness-raising agenda. Let's reconsider what's the role of the universities. Let's try to engage with the public. Let's try to be responsive to social needs. Let's try to open up the debate to various groups, etc., etc. But there is very little, as far as I can tell, debate on how to actually reflect within the university and its research agenda or educational agenda, how to reflect on what has happened to us and why we have, as intellectuals, as professors, as researchers, ignored this transformation for such a long period, and it has come to us as a shock. So this has been going on for 50 years, in fact, since the collapse of the social welfare state and since the turn to the neoliberal agenda. So this is not this has not happened with Trump in 2015. But why have we noticed it only in 2015? And how does this impact our work? I would say it does impact our work a great deal. For instance, in 2015, I could still, as a scholar of media, I could still publish a work where I looked into representation, for just a case study, representation of mainstream media of the refugee crisis. In 2015, I could publish this work. In 2019, I submitted a paper where I looked into the mainstream media representation, visual photographic representation of refugees and migration, and the editors asked me if I could change the term mainstream into the legacy media, because they feared if I left the term mainstream media in my research, I would be seen as someone who is questioning the legitimacy of mainstream media. So now in my paper it was published, but it's legacy media. Okay, so we are not, and I'm wondering how many researchers today are still looking into mainstream representation, which was the main story. I'm looking to my colleagues, main story 5-10 years ago, we were all studying media representations, and by media representations we meant mainstream, and now we are in a new situation where we have to be very careful. So this affects our research, but more importantly, it seems to me that we need to really reintegrate scientific thinking into our universities, and not just, this does not just mean natural sciences, but of course also we need to teach about science and scientific method, social sciences and humanities. And with this I end. What we utterly need, it seems to me, is to bring back to natural sciences and social sciences and humanities lessons from history. We need to engage, it seems to me, again with the 20th century. We need to look into making of all the crises of the 20th century in order to understand our own crisis. And my sort of mission or my task is really to try to my students really teach history, although I'm a sociologist. It seems to me that this is an agenda that needs to be acknowledged, addressed. At the EU level, I'm wondering why the European Commission is not so keen on talking about history. So it seems to me that this is something that we need to really take as our responsibility within the universities, but also within the public discourse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving towards our final speaker in this first panel session, and this is Risto Cornelius. He's a professor of journalism at the Faculty of Communication Sciences, University of Tampere in Finland. No, sorry. Okay, just you can explain the mistakes later. And the title of his presentation is The Public Sphere and the Contemporary Life World, Reconstruction in the Context of Systemic Crisis.
Okay, I might run into a crisis with the power, so... So while I'm doing this, I have to apologize for the misinformation that I would still be working at University of Tampere. That's not true. I am actually working at University of Helsinki almost 4 years now. So and where I serve as a professor of media and communication research, and also Hannu's successor as the director of Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities. Okay, thank you for the invitation. It's kind of daunting to try to say something after Slavko's book and the two presentations. So what I'll have to offer as the end of the first session then is more like maybe a small footnote to, or a specific footnote, I think, to the discussion and the broad themes that we're going to talk about today. The grand title, I apologize, but it was because I was working with this argument with a colleague of mine, Lou Friedland, from University of Madison, Wisconsin, and we were writing this to a special issue, and the call for papers was full of these grand, big words, so they kind of sneaked into our title as well. What I want to do is much more kind of specific or in a sense smaller and experimental, at least in my view. Okay, let's see if we are functioning. What should I press? This? Yeah, okay, way too far. Okay. Here's my theory of the public sphere. Fairly simple, right? I want to start from the idea that what we often do as media and communication scholars, we think that media is really central to questions of public sphere. Like it's the hardcore. We study representations in the media. We think that's where everything is kind of crystallizes, and the quality of the media is the decisive factor about, or a really important factor of public life and so on. And to a degree, I guess that is true. But we also know that it is embedded in broader social context. You can think about them very crudely as saying what we have in the media depends on what the institutional systemic structure of politics and other institutions around it can offer. Michael Schuchen, a journalism scholar, once said, I put this well, saying that there are a lot of para-journalists in the world. Without para-journalists, that is people who are willing to talk to journalists who actually produce the content, there would be no journalism. But what I want to do today is to look at the red area. The thing that in Habermas's later discussions is kind of central for the public sphere, but it's also something that he refers to as the periphery, like the something out there where people, you know, talk about things and have their opinions. And I want to sort of turn this thing into a position where I test the idea in my limited capacity. What if the life world is actually the core of the public sphere? Life world in the sense that how people's assumptions about what there is in the world, people's assumptions about what kind of society they live in, their assumptions about how they can represent themselves, and so on. So turn that like this and argue that in order to understand the crisis of the public sphere, if there is a crisis at the moment, we should look at, think about from the perspective of the life world. This also means in terms of intellectual history terms, it means like I'm going to bracket out in Habermas's work the structural transformation book, and I'm largely going to bracket out what he has written recently about the public sphere, and think about that maybe because of the translation problems or translation issues, something in the work that he did in the 1970s and 1980s that kind of culminates, or the synthesis is the theory of communicative action. Maybe that might actually be an interesting place to go back to and think about what do the concepts and thinking, the tools that it provides us, what would that help us to say about the crisis of the public sphere today, if there is a crisis later. Okay. Another slightly confusing slide. But so what you do is when you go and look at the core of the theory of communicative action, as we all know, it's a long and winding argument. But I think that the interesting core and the useful core that I'm going to take and run with here is the idea that the core idea that modern life worlds are kind of differentiated, and they are structurally differentiated in the sense that they can be described as or captured as assumptions, background assumptions of people living in a particular culture about how we know about the world, sort of cultural stock of knowledge about what the world is like, what is there out there, how can we know about it. Assumptions about what kind of a society we live in, what social relations kind of construct the society, what is a vaguely legitimate social order, and then assumptions about how we can express ourselves about who we are, our identity, and sort of sense of authenticity, if you wish. And of course, this is what Habermas then develops into, roughly speaking, the sort of idea that, you know, when we communicate in an ideal communicative action, what we do is we constantly make claims, or when we talk and coordinate action, we make validity claims, and people around us will dispute them, and that's what creates the possibility for intersubjectivity and some kind of reason and rational orientation and coordination of social life. And then what I think is interesting, that I find interesting at the moment in this theoretical construction is kind of the dialectics or dynamics between, at the same time, the idea that there is something quasi-universal in the way that people interact. The theory about the validity dimensions or claims in communicative action is kind of Habermas's idea, I think, and I think I'm exaggerating, but I think it's his attempt to get rid of the critique that he was distorting history. And it's an attempt to place reason beyond history and say it's a species characteristic quality that we have. We are speaking animals, therefore we have a chance to be rational or coordinate action in a rational way. But at the same time, his argument is that it is historical. It is, in a modern society, it is slightly sort of differentiated, and we kind of recognize that there are different kinds of validity claims, and it's not a synthetic thing, it's something where you can you can differentiate between arguments about, for instance, is this true, and is this justified? Both are kind of essential in coordinating action, both are essential in creating legitimate decisions, but they're kind of, we think of them as slightly different kind of discussions. So, my plan in this thing then is to say that the trouble, or test the idea that maybe the trouble that we're in could be addressed, or maybe one way of formulating the trouble would be say that these three dimensions, the things, that these three analytically different dimensions of our assumptions about who we are and how we are in the world are facing fundamental, perhaps historically radical and unforeseen challenges. So it's a test of, it's an attempt to situate the idea of communicative action into reality, back to reality, you could say, but it's also an attempt to look at, then ask how much of the ahistorical, the idea of rational capacity that's built into the theory, how is it possible, or can it take the test of the world that we live in? Yes, here's just a quick snapshot from Google Ngram to highlight the three crises that I want to talk about. One of them is of course, the green one. This is maybe the ultimate historical crisis that we are facing. And then I looked at terms like social justice, inequality in different ways, and we can see that those are on the rise as well. And then I put in big data and datafication, and these are my three usual suspects, if you wish, if you want to put it that way. So the method is simple. I'm going to raise some fairly simple questions about how these three material, historical conditions or processes, how they challenge or how they invite us to rethink, if you wish, the three aspects or resources of reasonable coordination of social affairs, of rationality, if you wish. So first, inequality. Here's a kind of visual graph from World Inequality Institute Lab's most recent report, Piketty et al. From Paris and a network of hundreds of scholars around the world. Here's how they describe global income inequality development from the past 200 years. Not much happening, right? But if you look at, they have this graph where they make the claim that if you look at how much of the income inequality can be explained in a global sense, can be explained as a consequence of how much of it is related to is in like between countries inequality, and how much of it is related to income inequalities inside countries. And what we see is the interesting increase of income inequality inside countries. And of course, this this is the immediate crisis, or at least somehow maybe an economic indicator of the immediate social crisis that we're in. So I think what we are seeing, and if you think about our assumptions about society, I think that, just to give an example, the two things I think would illustrate the problems or the challenge to our assumptions. First of all, we are seeing growing inequalities inside countries, not everywhere and not equally around the world. But we see, and some of the crises of the public debates that we have clearly relates to the kind of changed life horizons or lost life horizons and assumptions and expectations that people have or have had. And the rise of reactionary politics on this, and a kind of various forms of toxic solidarity that are powerfully mobilized. But they are solidarity. And that's the point about life worlds, and that's the point that I want to make, is that toxic solidarity, in a sense, it articulates something universal and historical at the same time. It articulates the fact that people make sense of, people judge, think, and relate to the world by thinking about who are we, what would be, who belongs to this society, and so on. Who should not belong to this society as well. And that's a thing that is going to cause us a lot of problems, of course. Then another point, another aspect of inequality question, debate that I find interesting is the question about social order and how that has turned or shifted, at least in the sort of societies where we live in, where we think that we live in a kind of merit-driven society, merit hierarchy society, at least to a degree. And I think that is, in some ways, a problematic thing for us who think that we have we have earned our positions. It's a kind of a trap of inequality in the sense that people who are higher up in the hierarchy think that they came there by themselves and with their own merits, and therefore have earned it, and therefore think that the social order is actually legitimate. And now that we are all part of the elite, that everybody thinks has gotten their, not with our merits, but for other reasons, if there's a toxic solidarity that makes sort of horizontal solidarities problematic, there's the high suspicion of elites and expertise is another thing that we are witnessing all around I think all around the democratic societies anyway. Then there's the thing that the other thing, the dimension that Slavko's book captures, I think, very well, and towards the end in particular, how datafication reorganizes our assumptions about who we are and about life. I just give you, this is my visual for the breakthrough of social media. These are user graphs of various kinds of platforms from 2008 or 6 to present day. But what I want to say with this is that, and raise the questions, they are here, of course, what happens to our ability to understand ourselves, to represent ourselves in the datafied infrastructures of communication. I don't have to rehash this very much, we all know this. But we live in the world of increasingly exposed privacy, where the idea of an individual opinion is pretty much becoming a kind of museum item, almost a kind of extinct, an animal that is extinct. And the privacy, and what we've ended up doing in the 10 years that the graph described, we've ended up using the privacy and our personal lives and intimate kind of inner realities as currency for paying services. And you can see this result psychologically in many research, that much of research that describes how people, paradoxically, the more they know about how vulnerable they are, the less they care, for instance, or in a sense of resignation of what can I do about it? You know, there's not, if you want to be part of society, you have to accept the loss of privacy. And what happens, of course, here is that we live in an era, we've entered an era where something that the communication scholars in the 1950s thought that was the bulwark of democracy, the social networks, where people, that was something that almost vaccinated us against heavy effects of propaganda. It's now the weapon. Social networks are the most effective weapon of propaganda. And if you go a bit further and want to be a little bit more radical or sort of experimental with thinking, of course, then there's the whole literature about data colonialism, yeah, and datafication as sort of extraction industry, and how that has turned us, or is turning us into, transforming us into a society where your behavior is seen as the best representation of who you are. Your small choices of life tell more about you than what you think about the world. And kind of behavioral tracking combined to the kind of computational power that we have, or we don't have, but some people, some institutions have these days. It kind of means, if I put it in a sort of dramatic sense, it's the end of representation. Representation in the sense that you think about something and somebody knows what you think about. Nobody cares what we think about. Because someone knows what's in your fridge, they know what kind of car you drive, they know who you retweet, and they know this. And this behavior describes you, represents you as a data subject better than what you think. It's like saying somebody who smokes would be that the representation of you is you smoke. We are not interested about how much you think that you would quit. We are not interested about whether you think it's cool or uncool, whether you think about that you're addicted and you should not be addicted. We're not interested in that. We just know that you smoke. You are a smoker. Never mind what you think about smoking. Okay, so this, I think, just as two illustrations about how we are, about what's happening to the sense of self and the assumptions on which the public sphere, if it's based on life world assumptions, is based on. And finally, I can do this quickly, another graph from reality. This is, of course, this is the rising curve of CO2 emissions from the Hawaiian, from the Global Monitoring Laboratory in Hawaii. As you can see, it's not going very well, but we know this. But what I want to raise with this is perhaps even larger questions about our assumptions about the world. First, I think what this introduces us into the life world, and this is, I think, an interesting test case and historically new. It brings into the life world assumptions about existential crisis, about this being a limit, that we are hitting a limit after which all theories of public sphere will be obsolete and not very, or whatever we do, that societies as we know are unsustainable. And it creates this urgency in a sense that now has entered a lifespan. which means that from the life world perspective, it's a completely different kind of knowledge than it was, let's say, 50 years ago. I have to think, and you have to think, I have to think that my daughter will be alive at the end of the century. Hopefully. And that is a different kind of way to be in it changes the meaning of reality. And you've got to, maybe in a different, logically slightly different way, you could say that there's a crisis of cultural crisis of how we know and what we know about the world, is if you think about what kind of knowledge we have about the changing weather, for instance. I'll give you just one line teaser on this. What does an average temperature mean if 10 last years are above our average? What does average mean in a world where the average is over? Is it normal? What is normal? What is not normal? I think we have a sense that we can't trust the nature anymore. And it's part of our life world assumptions. Okay, and then I come to my conclusion, which is tentative, of course. Well, does this work? I think if you think about as a beginning of a sketch of what I've sketched here, it kind of shows that, yeah, it does. But that we live in a differentiated, that we have differentiated resources of how reasonable and rational behavior and communication in the world could take place. And the fact that we are worried about datafication, we are worried about climate and kind of hysterical about it in some ways. And there's almost like a research paradigm on how to tackle inequalities. I think it shows, yeah, it works. This is the way we make sense of the world. So I'm going to make that claim. Then I'm going to say, at the same time, what I've just shown you might suggest that some of these things are historically becoming very, very unstable. Our ability to represent ourselves, our ability to trust nature, and consequently then whatever happens in relation to social order. And so I think it's a forced opportunity. We have to think about this. And if you think about the public sphere, the crisis where we're in, one way of thinking about how and where should we start of rebuilding or reconstructing would be to look slightly away from the institutional structures and think about how we should make sense of what's going on in the world. What do we think about it and what should be done? Thank you.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for the debate on this point, so we'll take a short coffee break and we'll return I think we can start the next session at 11 and 5 minutes, so we'll have 15 minutes break, and those of you who are following us online, at 11 and 5 minutes we'll be back. So, yeah. Okay, so let's start with the second panel session of today's colloquium. Hopefully we will have the debate at the end, but in order to reach this goal, I will kindly ask all the speakers to be, if they could be at least, I would say, 20 minutes long presentations, if it is possible, of course. And yeah, our first speaker is Christian Fuchs. He's a professor of media systems and media organization in the Department of Media Studies at Paderborn University in Germany. He's the editor of the journal CCC, Communication, Capitalism and Critique, and author of numerous publications. Title of his today's talk is Towards a Public Service Internet. And Christian is here with us through the platform MiTeam, so he will deliver the panel online. So yeah, the floor is yours. Internet, and Christian is here with us through the platform MiTeam, so he will deliver the panel online. So yeah, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks everyone. I hope you can hear me. I think you should be able to see my PowerPoint presentation. So I will talk about foundations of a public service internet. Does that work technically? Can I ask? Can you hear me and see my presentation?
Second, can you put him a bit louder?
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's okay in general.
All right, and you can see my.
Now it's better. Yeah, now it's great.
You can see my presentation, right? Can you see my presentation?
We cannot see the presentation. Yeah, we can see, yeah.
You can see it. All right. All right, so I will talk about foundations of a public service internet. It's related to the public service media and public service internet manifesto that you can sign or also read under bit.ly/psm manifesto or sign PS manifesto. Part what I'm talking about is from a book called Digital Capitalism, from a book called Digital Democracy and the Digital Public Sphere, and another book on digital humanism. All right, so I think Slavko's work has focused a lot on the notion of publicness. And well, I think publicness in the public sphere has to do with the universal access to public information, to public communication and debate. It has to do with public voice, visibility, and attention. So I think the public sphere is a kind of interface that interfaces other realms of society. And I think there are different kinds of publics at a micro level, a meso level, and a macro level. So different sizes that the public sphere actually takes. And from Friedhelm Neidhardt, we have learned that the public sphere is also a communication system. And I do think the media system, well, it's part of the public sphere as a communication system. Yeah? It makes information public and it interacts with the economy and politics. And I think Slavko has very well pointed out in his work that the translation of Habermas' concept of Öffentlichkeit as public sphere is misleading, because the public sphere is not simply an infrastructure. It is nothing without the human members of the public sphere, the public. And therefore, Slavko prefers the term publicness as the translation of the German term Öffentlichkeit. And in this nice new book by Slavko on datafication, well, he introduced in his opening talk, he already mentioned that, the Warmill model of publicness, where there are both, where publicness is both a structure or an infrastructure and features also practices. So there are both components of publicness, and then there's the infrastructure of the public sphere. He presented this model already, which results in a kind of matrix where you have the components that consist of structural conditions, communicative actions, and the roles of public opinion, and then the infrastructure of the public sphere that consists of communication technology, democratic institutions, and a public culture. And that's how we can imagine the interaction of publicness and the public sphere. I do think that public service media are part of publicness and the public sphere. And I think they are distinct from capitalist media, from authoritarian media, and from citizen media. I mean, if we remember Raymond Williams' book Communications, he distinguishes 4 types of communication systems, or media systems, and public service media part of what Williams characterized as democratic communication systems. I think Slavko, in an earlier work, gave a very precise definition of what public service media are all about. He says public service media are a service of the public, by the public, and for the public. They are financed by the public, they serve the public, and they have a public service remit. So he says they are a cornerstone of democracy. In my own model of public service media, I distinguish between an economic, a political, and a cultural dimension of PSM, and then aspects of production, circulation, and use. I mean, in short, this means that public service media are publicly owned, they are not for profit, and they have a public service remit to advance education, culture, political understanding and debate, dialogue, and so on. Now, I do think that digitalization has 2 key features. One is presumption that there is user-generated content. The network computer is not just a medium of communication, it's also an instrument of work and cooperation. And then there is convergence, so that the boundaries between different social realms and practices really have become more blurred. And I think this results in social media profiles mapping different activities and different realms of society, which is summarized by this picture here. And the same then happens to the transformation of the public sphere at its different levels. There are also convergences of activities and social spheres taking place through internet communication. And Slavko, in this book on datafication, argues that what is taking place is something that he calls algorithmic alienation. So he says that there is actually too much public today, too much social communication, and this results in the fragmentation of publicness, and he calls this algorithmic alienation. Habermas, of course, wrote this book, Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit, 50 years ago, and there's now a new book by him, Ein neuer Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit und die deliberative Politik, where he comments also on the digital transformation of the public sphere. And Habermas there says that social media today is characterized by a semi-public, fragmented and self-enclosed form of communication that is due to the commercial use of the digital network and the global spread of the neoliberal economic program. Well, and how I imagine what is happening in the public sphere is, I think there are 3 colonization processes. One is the economic colonization process via commodification and capitalization. The second one is what I call heteronomization, or in German, Verherrschaftlichung. And the third one, which is not so prominent in Habermas, is that ideology plays a more important role. So there's ideologization. And I see 10 colonization processes that shape the contemporary internet. The first is economic colonization. It has to do with the fact that the digital platforms are basically digital monopolies. If you think of Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, and so on, they are huge digital monopolies. Then second, there is digital acceleration. There is information processing is so quick on the internet and on social media that there is little space and little time left for conversations and debates. But that's what we really need for a democratic public sphere is we need time and space for debating. And my fear is that there is not enough time, not enough space for political controversy today. Then there is political colonization of the internet. That's what I call heteronomization. There is state and corporate surveillance of data, and content of whatever we do on the internet, which results in a lack of privacy. Social media are not social media. They are anti-social media. It's really a misnomer to call the capitalist and state social media platforms social media, because they advance digital authoritarianism. There's lots of right-wing ideology on social media. There is populism on social media, which really advances the anti-social features of contemporary societies. Skipping over some things here. There's then algorithmic politics also. So automated computer programs, so-called bots, post information and they make likes on the internet. It has become more difficult to distinguish between what activities online are really generated by humans and what activities are machine generated. Third, then there are lots of ideologization processes on the internet. As already mentioned, I do think that social media are an expression of digital individualism. Social media is all about accumulating attention for individual profiles by likes and repostings and so on. So you become a celebrity on social media if you have lots of followers and lots of attention for your postings. Associated with that is the formation of echo chambers and filter bubbles. I think that is basically what Habermas called the fragmentation of the public sphere. There are many isolated, fragmented bubbles on social media where people are present who have very homogeneous political attitudes and worldviews, and there's not really much disagreement, and not much controversy going on. I do think that social media culture is a tabloid culture. Social media culture is a bit like the internet version of the Sun or the Daily Mail or other tabloid newspapers. I mean, there's lots of online advertising, spectacles, and tabloid entertainment. And again, not enough time and space for political debate. Those who are famous on the internet are so-called influencers. Influencers shape public debate and visibility on the internet, but basically they advance a commodified online culture. So the most successful influencers are basically successful because they are supported by multi-channel networks, which are huge advertising agencies that have lots of contacts to businesses, so that product placement takes place in these videos and images that influencers present on TikTok, Instagram, and other platforms. Finally, there's fake news and post-truth culture. I mean, many people distrust facts and experts today. There's an emotionalization of politics and so on. So taken together, we are not in a good state, really. I mean, the 21st century has been a century of multiple crises. I mean, starting with 9/11, and now there's the imperialist war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that could really turn into a new world war. Or, I mean, if it turns into a nuclear war, then that's the true end of history and of society and life on Earth. So I think that's the biggest threat today, actually. And so it's really a crisis. In the end, it's a crisis of democracy and the crisis of the public sphere. And there is the danger that democracy ends and that a new world war starts. So that society turns into forms of barbarism. Well, that's my analysis of where we stand today. The Public Service Media and Public Service Internet Manifesto sort of is a reaction to that. It wants to reinvigorate the public sphere, and it argues for saving democracy, basically from fascism. I think that Slavko, in his new book, also argues for the democratic use of algorithms and data. He talks about public worthiness algorithms, a different kind of algorithm, algorithms that do not advance corporate colonization and state surveillance, but that help advancing the democratic public sphere. He says these are algorithms that are society-friendly rather than simply user-friendly. This manifesto was created by a group of about 50 scholars online during the pandemic in 2021 as part of an AHRC research network on innovations in public service media that was led by Alessandro Dahmer and Minna Horowitz. Me and Klaus Unterberger, who heads the Public Value Competence Center at the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation, came up with this idea for such a manifesto. And we organized some events around the question of digitalization and public service media in the internet age. I organized a kind of preliminary online survey. We then gathered a group of around 50 people interested in public service media who over a time of around 2 months online discussed and collaboratively wrote this manifesto. We used a discussion platform called e-committee. Then we did a launch event and we tried to gather some support for this manifesto. Thus far, around 1,300 individuals and organizations have signed the manifesto, including Habermas, Noam Chomsky, Evgeny Morozov, the European and International Federations of Journalism, the IAMCR, ECREA, and others. Manifesto was originally written in English. It was thus far translated into Chinese, German, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish. Yeah? And also other language versions would be welcome. The manifesto can be viewed in the English version at bit.ly/PSM manifesto. And it can also be signed at bit.ly/sign, then in capital letters PS and capital M, and then manifesto. There's also a book version of it that is a free open access book that gathers also some materials around this manifesto. What the manifesto demands basically is the safeguarding of the existence, independence and funding of public service media such as the BBC in the UK or ARD and ZDF in Germany and so on. But going beyond that, it also demands the development of a public service internet that is public internet platforms provided by public service media or international networks of public service media on a non-for-profit basis. So basically, the manifesto argues that the internet and internet platforms should not serve private interests and particularistic interests, but should serve the public interest and the common good. So there's a quote here from the manifesto. We need to rebuild the internet. While the contemporary internet is dominated by monopolies and commerce, the public service internet is dominated by democracy. While the contemporary internet is dominated by surveillance, the public service internet is privacy friendly and transparent. While the contemporary internet misinforms and separates the public service internet engages, informs and supports the public. Although the contemporary internet is driven by and drives the profit principle, the public service internet puts social needs first. And then it postulates like 10 principles at the start of the manifesto, and then this is more outlined in a total of around 10 pages. First, it argues that democracy requires public service media. I mean, today, public service media is really under attack, basically, by the fascists of the world. I mean, the attacks on public service media mainly come from the right, yeah, from the fascists. I mean, the symposium for Slavko takes place in Slovenia. I mean, and the previous Slovenian government and its prime minister, well, attacked journalists from public service media. So the independence and autonomy of public service media were under threat. Or if we think of how the Tories in the United Kingdom attacked the BBC, yeah, that's also another example. Or in Switzerland, via a referendum, it was attempted to abolish the license fee, which would mean basically the end of public service media. So the manifesto calls for safeguarding the existence of public service media. And also it argues for safeguarding the independence of public service media. So public service media are only public if they are independent, both from capital and from the state. So also state-controlled media are state media, well, like in China or Russia, yeah, but in other countries, but they are not public media. Public service media is independent also from the state. A democracy-enhancing internet requires public service media becoming public service internet platforms. And what is needed for that are legal, economic, and organizational foundations. A public service internet addresses citizens, not consumers. It's all about realizing fairness, democracy, participation, civic dialogue, and engagement. We need new formats, for example, debate formats on the internet that help to overcome post-truth culture, this culture of acceleration, and the lack of public debate. So I think new political debate formats are urgently needed. Public service media should continue to be supported, but also new funding needs to be raised in order to realize a public service internet and such platforms. So, for example, digital capital could be more taxed, and then this money could be redistributed to public service internet platforms. Public service internet should also be based on the principles of equality and diversity. I think I'm skipping the last three principles, skipping also some other stuff to go to my final slides. Well, I think one example for a public service internet platform would be what I call Club 2.0. So Club 2 was a debate program organized by the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation on one of its channels between 1976 and 1995. There was a controversial live studio debate, and the revolutionary principle was that there was unlimited airtime. It was starting at 10 in the evening. Sometimes they were discussing until 3 in the morning. Yeah? So it's a prototype of slow media, or I think Club 2, this was a democratic public sphere. And I think this kind of program should be reinvigorated, but by making use of live transmission on television, but also on the internet, where the public could also debate the topics that are discussed in the live studio debate, and could make also video inputs, and some of them could be screened as part of the live debate. So I think, these are all ideas. Yeah, what are the next steps that are needed? Yeah, I think what would be needed is funding for prototypes of public service internet pilot projects, funding and accompanying research. I mean, the European Union funds all sorts of wonderful projects about artificial intelligence, and mainly pure computer science projects. Yeah, it could fund also such pilot projects, but it's not yet doing that. Yeah. So I think we need to more tax digital capital, the big digital giants, yeah, and this money could then be redistributed. I think we need an improvement of working conditions in the digital and cultural industries, the abolishment of precarious labor. Unfortunately, I mean, public service media also are haunted partly by corruption. They have their own problem, and I think this has to do with the creation of managerialist structures within public service media. So I think we also need reforms of public service media so that really senior management is abolished and public service media are transformed into self-managed companies that are run by the workforce, the journalists, and the audience. Yeah? So it's a kind of platform and media cooperative that is publicly owned, but the governance should be handed over to the workers and the audience members. Yeah, and I think we should end the monopolies of the digital giants. Such new platforms should be privacy friendly. They should be advertising free, and they should take out the speed of the internet. I mean, platforms that I have, for example, such a debate format. I mean, this could be one of the prototypes, for example, a new debate program. Yeah? They take out the speed of life on the internet. We do not have time on the internet to breathe, really, to take time to slow down a bit and to engage with others. Yeah, I mean, it's all very superficial and high speed. Yeah, so also decelerating the internet should be part of reforming the internet. So I do think we are facing big challenges, the rise of fascism. Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario is that world society either turns into a new barbarism, that fascism becomes prevalent everywhere, or that we face the end of society, a new world war, a nuclear war, and so on. But in order to resist that, I think we need to reinvigorate the public sphere and the creation of a public service internet that competes with and tries to outcompete the corporate platforms. I think that is what is urgently needed today. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Stephen Coleman. He's a professor of political communication at the University of Leeds. His main research interests are the methods of political engagement, uses of digital media in representative democracies, intersection between popular culture and formal politics. And today he will give a presentation titled "The Invention of Segmented Publics, How Publics Are Generated Through Data Cluster Analysis." So Stephen, he's with us.
He will give a presentation titled "The Invention of Segmented Publics, How Publics Are Generated Through Data Cluster Analysis." So Stephen, he's with us. He will give a presentation titled "The Invention of Segmented Publics, How Publics Are Generated Through Data Cluster Analysis." So Stephen, he's with us. He will give a presentation.
I'm getting a lot of feedback here.
Sorry, we cannot hear you correctly.
I'm getting a lot of feedback. You can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, so you can.
Okay. Well, I was very interested in standing. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Just had to say about his manifesto, and he might be interested in a work that Jay Blumler and I produced over 20 years ago now, called "Realizing Democracy Online." First of all, I want to thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this conference, marking the publication of what I think is a landmark book by Slavko. I'd like, incidentally, to be with you, but health matters have prevented this. So let me begin by saying a few words about the theoretical implications of what I will be saying today. I am uneasy about two conceptions of the public and the public sphere. The first is a modernist conception, which imagines the public to be a homogeneously addressable entity. I associate that conception with the Reithian ethos of the early BBC. Some of you may recall John Reith's claim in the early days of the BBC that the effect of public broadcasting should be to make the nation as one man. Well, quite aside from the gendered implication of that comment, the notion that a public broadcaster can speak to everyone as if they are one person seems to touch upon a modernist problem of publicity. But secondly, I object to the postmodern conception of multiple publics, all seemingly operating within their own social realities. I'm reminded here of John Dewey's notion that there are too many publics. His idea of the great community, driven by the socially shared communication of public experience and volition, was intended to save the public from fragmentation and eclipse, to integrate it, to bring it together into some kind of unity amongst its experiential distinctions. So I want to argue today that neither singularity nor multiplicity are helpful frameworks for thinking about the public, either normatively or empirically. And what I hope to argue is that we need to think about publics as characterized by empirical multiplicity, while normatively driven towards integration. In short, I want to argue that we use data to understand multiplicity, while using our data knowledge to nurture integration or even solidarity. So let me begin with a simple historical contrast. The medieval ruler would say, look at how many people I have at my command. The modern ruler says, look at how much I know about my subjects. This move from crude domination to knowingness has redefined the nature of social order. But it also presents a problem. How can elites be sure that the knowledge about people that they so value is not a mere phantom of their imagination? Or to put it more philosophically, how stable are the ontological objects of social knowledge? The ontological object I'm interested in here today is the public. And I wish to ask two questions, and if we could have the next slide. The first question is how, if we could have the next slide, please. How are publics and knowledge about them simultaneously constituted? And my second question is, are there ways in which ontological assemblage can be rendered democratically accountable? I think this has something to do with what Slavko refers to as the worthwhile use of algorithms for social purposes. So let me first of all attend to this first question. How are publics and knowledge about publics simultaneously constituted? Well, contemporary governments spend an enormous amount of time and resources trying to reach what they call the public. And as John Dewey pointed out, citizens spend an enormous amount of time trying to discover themselves as a public. Both of these quests are blighted by essentialist delusions, because the public is not a tangible object that can be reached or discovered like a hammer in a toolkit or a tumor in the body. The public is an invention, a reified abstraction given symbolic form through techniques of aggregation. To speak of the public is to conceive of social relations in a way that allows particular population categories to be identified, addressed, and motivated. However, addressing people as a public does not make them a public. If, for example, under the delusion that I am the President of America, I address you as my fellow Americans, you are unlikely to respond to me with the patriotic respect that I desire from you. Your response is dependent upon a sense of recognition, and your recognition is dependent, at least to some extent, upon your personal experience and your epistemic relationship to the world. This is a fundamental problem for contemporary governments. They possess all the technologies that they need to address the public, but those receiving the message are far from being a homogeneous entity and rarely respond as a monovocal chorus. So the dynamics of recognition are never fully controllable by one side of the communication relationship. Governments are beginning to realize, as market actors did decades earlier, that the challenge of appealing to the public exceeds the methodological naivety of simple aggregation, that generic one-size-fits-all messages are less effective than ones that are sensitive to the attitudinal perspectives and experiential life worlds of specific social groups. So this is more than an academic observation. There are critical moments in history in which knowing the public as a differentiated entity is a prerequisite for basic social security. Let me give you an example. Faced in 2020 with a social crisis like a pandemic that could only be tackled through concerted public action, governments throughout the world were confronted with the pressing task of formulating and disseminating clear and practicable guidance that would reach and influence all sections of the public, regardless of background or outlook. Now, doing so presented a formidable communicative challenge for the coordination of mass collective action in the face of a common threat is always going to be complicated by the different ways in which people experience that threat and receive, interpret, and act upon official guidance relating to it. Now, rather by accident, I found myself close to the center of this communication challenge. In 2020, I was funded by the UK Research and Innovation Council to lead a research study entitled Communicating the Pandemic. Our aim was to learn more about who accessed official health guidance relating to the pandemic, who understood it, and who trusted it. Three different questions: access, understanding, trust. In order to describe how different sections of the population received, comprehended, believed, and acted upon official guidance, my research team carried out what is called a segmentation analysis. I'll say more about what a segmentation analysis is in a moment, but for now, let me give you a very cursory sense of why it's important to look beyond patterns within the entire population by understanding the variations of subpopulations within those patterns. So we produce hundreds of observations, but I want to show you just two of them. If we could go on to the next slide. Here you see, over a 7-wave survey process, changes in where people were accessing information about the pandemic. If we go to the next slide, you'll see changes in attitudes. If we could have the next slide, please. Changes in attitudes to people feeling overwhelmed by those messages or confused by those messages. Now, these general observations, and I have hundreds of them, I obviously can't share them with you now, we're publishing them. They were very interesting. They gave us a snapshot of the British population over 7 points during the first year of the pandemic. But they did not tell us about how experience, values, and behavior were differentiated across subpublics of populations, of the population. Now, what we therefore did was we ran a segmentation. We went through the survey and we asked ourselves, how do groups form publics that think differently about information from one another? And if you go to the next slide, you'll see the segments that we produced through that study. I'm not going to discuss those now, but I'm happy to talk about them afterwards. Well, I was then approached by the UK Health Security Agency, which was set up during the COVID crisis, to help them think through a particular problem that they were facing. Here's the problem. How can a government deliver urgent advice to an entire national population facing a common health risk when that population does not have a shared set of experiences and values? Some of them can't afford to socially distance, some of them can't afford to work at home, some of them don't believe, some of them are conspiratorial, some of them are dutiful, and so on. So it's one thing to have an instrumental objective of persuading people to behave in a way that promotes a common interest, which is a very important common interest. But that isn't possible. It's not possible to devise messages with a view to speaking to one single population. You have to have a pragmatic communication strategy that speaks to segments of the population that are more similar to each other than they are to the other segments. Now, a widely used method for understanding population differentiation is called segmentation analysis. It's a good example, incidentally, of that kind of empirical investigation that Mike Savage and Roger Burrows were referring to in their seminal 2007 article, The Coming Crisis of Empirical Sociology, in which they warn that academic social investigators were suffering from a degree of methodological complacency, while big organizations like governments and even corporations were conducting real-time, big data-based research on mass populations that were far more sophisticated than a lot of the social science outcomes. Segmentation techniques were developed in the 1950s, largely by market researchers who were seeking to understand the differentiated character of commercial market demand with a view to targeting distinctive groups of customers. They employed cluster analysis, which had only recently been taken up by academic psychologists and anthropologists, with a view to identifying groups within a large population that would exhibit patterns of response across a complex set of variables. They then targeted messages at these distinctive segments in a discriminatory fashion. Now, the benefit to them was obvious. By breaking up a heterogeneous audience into a relatively more homogeneous set of discrete audiences, message content could be geared to the life experience, worldviews, and social opportunities and constraints of specific population segments. In the 1980s, social marketing emerged, largely within the third sector, charity organizations, some sections of government as well. And the idea was to apply commercial marketing technologies to social challenges, such as how to persuade people to volunteer or adjust to healthier lifestyles or engage in forms of environmental action. So rather than aiming to transmit single messages to entire populations, social marketers adopted segmentation analysis so that they could design specific messages to reach distinctive groups. And as ways of planning, implementing, and evaluating mass communication campaigns, segmentation models have become very popular, both in the civic and commercial context. Now, how are segmentation models produced? I haven't got time here to go into great technical detail, but let me outline a three-stage process. The first is that a mass of data is collected about a large national population, either through analyzing real-time data or by producing a very extensive survey instrument comprising many more variables than standard instruments. So the survey instrument that I produced for the UK Health Security Agency had over 200 questions. Secondly, using cluster analysis of responses, one generates factors, that is to say, groups of variables in which people have very similar response. And thirdly, through an analysis of cluster profiles and the identification of discriminant drivers, one is able to design targeted messages. Now, this process of segmentation is open to at least 5 methodological criticisms, which I think are at the heart of what we're trying to discuss today. The first criticism is that surveys only ask questions that those promoting the survey think are important. In short, we can only ever measure what we pursue, and what we pursue determines what we measure. Secondly, faced with questions about our behaviour and values, survey respondents might provide responses that are biased by what they think they are supposed to say. Thirdly, there are several different criteria for determining cluster algorithms, for example, k-means partitioning or hierarchical distancing, and the choice of bundles of variables that constitute the factors from which segments emerge are invariably iterative and indeed somewhat arbitrary. Fourthly, different segmentation models might emerge from different algorithmic interrogations of the data, and analytical reliability can't be confirmed by repeat analysis of a similarly sampled data set. And finally, the descriptive accounts of samples are determined by profiling data that do not explain but only describe the segments. Being descriptive, not explanatory, means that predictive accounts of behavior drivers have empiricist limitations. So I want to say now that all of these criticisms seem to me to be broadly correct. And that is why quite a lot of market segmentation research should be taken with a pinch of salt. For example, in the case of unethical political marketing of the kind sold quite recently by Cambridge Analytica and still sold today under different brand names, most of the so-called actionable intelligence was founded on guesswork, prejudice, and artifice. It was extremely bad research. Despite that, I want to suggest that attempts to produce nuanced accounts of public segmentation are not only defensible in social scientific terms, but potentially valuable in terms of democratic norms. So let me conclude by offering three reasons in defense of the kind of classificatory and typological accounts of the public that can be produced through a combination of large-scale data gathering, cluster analysis, and segmentation modeling. But only, I should emphasize, if these methods are adopted rigorously, transparently, and with a normative sensibility to what the philosopher Ian Hacking refers to as looping effects. That is to say, the ways in which classified objects are shaped by the terms of their classification. So let me go on to present those three arguments. My first argument is a very simple one. It is that description is in itself useful. Social scientists, and particularly social theorists, have tended to be rather sniffy about what they call mere description. But as the sociologist Mike Savage has argued in his 2009 article, Contemporary Sociology and the Challenge of Descriptive Assemblage, the delineation of particularity and specificity of social phenomena and the nature of their associative relationships and divergences constitutes a very important contribution to social understanding. Simply describing phenomena, categorizing them, and showing how they are different and related to each other is crucially important first step. Insightful description is rarely achieved by quantitative means alone. The outcomes of intelligent data analysis should be followed by qualitative work, and a strength, incidentally, of the Health Security Agency study that I'm leading is that the segmentation model is now being investigated through in-depth qualitative interviews intended to learn more about why people make the linkages between experience, attitude, and behavior that they do, how wedded they are to those linking pathways, and the extent to which segments are silos or are porous. So the work of interrogating the data that separates and connects publics should not be left to empiricists. We need critical, independent, and theoretically creative researchers to explore the available data and develop sociological descriptions that do not become hostages to ideological bias or commercial interest. So, for example, when designing a survey instrument, it makes sense for questions to be shaped, at least in part, by well-grounded and their theory that is interpretable in relation to previous theoretical understanding. When making algorithmic decisions in cluster analysis, it is vitally important for those decisions to be justified and transparent as is required in the peer review process, but not in conventional marketing cultures. In short, I'm suggesting that there is good and bad social description, and datified aggregative accounts of public generated reflectively and explicitly should not be dismissed with the same intellectual contempt that we might apply to those that are produced by marketing agencies. And I'm suggesting that rich, empirically grounded description is a valuable and indeed necessary starting point for asking the equally important why and what if questions that can only be answered seriously if we have a detailed sense of the social reality within which we are working. Now, my second argument is that accounts of segmentation enable forms of inclusive policy making that rarely occur when the public is imagined as a homogeneous entity. Typically, messages addressed to everyone are really addressed to a median target audience, with marginalized groups destined to be invisible or irrelevant. Explicit segmentation typologies make it much harder to act as if powerless or recalcitrant groups were invisible. Now, of course, injustices of non-recognition and exclusion do not simply arise because governments don't know that population groups exist. Often, governments don't want to know that certain groups exist. But once descriptively rich knowledge of population segments exists, the portrait of the public begins to stare power in the face. Political blind spots become more difficult to maintain within the public sphere. Equally importantly, in political terms, if segmentation studies are made publicly accessible, people can recognize themselves within them and exercise forms of agency that are strengthened by a sense that their experiences and behaviors are social rather than individual. And that's an important point. We often speak about publics being enacted through data, but people are not simply products of subjectification. They enact themselves, and knowledge about the groups to which they most closely belong is a vital force in such enactment and self-presentation. Now, my third and final argument takes this idea of public agency further. Unlike commercially framed analyses, which seek to split populations into subgroups that can then be ranked in terms of their value to sellers of goods and services or to government interests, I want to propose a normatively democratic form of segmentation aimed at reconciling cultural differences and promoting pluralistic citizenship. In short, rather than regarding segmentation as a pragmatic rationale for exploiting fragmented markets, it could be seen as a rich account of the barriers to civic solidarity, or whatever kinds of political solidarity one might wish to promote. And once these perspectival blockages are identified, the dialectical potential of recognizing differences might be to transcend it through forms of communication that emphasize common interests. So in conclusion, I return to where I began. The singular public is a modernist myth. It might be comforting in Enlightenment terms, but it is a myth. The multiple public is a danger. It's a danger that fragments the notion of common interest. The democratic challenge is to promote normative integration of what are empirical differences. Upon the success of that challenge depends our hope for social solidarity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bart Kammertz, Professor of Politics and Communication and Head of the Department of Media and Communications at London School of Economics and Political Science. His current research focuses on the relationship between media, communication and resistance. And the title of his today's talk is On the Need to Revalue Old Radical Imaginaries for Asserting Epistemic Media and Communication Rights Today.
Thank you so much, and also thank you for the invitation. And I'm so happy to be in Ljubljana again and not for a Ekria summer school. Hannu has obviously already kind of heard this because this is based on a chapter that I wrote for a book that he's editing. And what I wanted to kind of start with is obviously we've already had a few kind of people talking about how we can imagine, for example, Christian's idea of we can imagine a kind of public service internet, a public service social media, public service search engine. But obviously to realize that we also need, what Risto was also talking about, we need justifications. And we need justifications to realize these things. And obviously, from their inception, I would say that the production and the distribution of information and content through print, radio, broadcasting, as well as communication infrastructures such as postal services, telegraph, telephones, long-distance cables, satellites, and today also the internet have all been the target of frequent regulatory intervention due to their positive as well as potentially negative impacts on the economy, society, and democracy. Now, as was also mentioned, the state necessarily is not always a kind of positive actor. It can also be a negative actor. So some of these interventions were also accompanied and influenced by moral panics or in the national interest or part of a kind of repressive state. They were also co-shaped by imaginaries of hope, optimism, the public interest and democratic values, which is very much the focus of the event today. Liberal and socialist radical imaginaries were, however, gradually displaced by, and it was also mentioned by Hannu and outlined by a neoliberal one, turning broadcasting, media and communication just as the present to non-policy areas, as late Dennis McQuail argued. And this implies that it has become near impossible to properly regulate and intervene in the media and communication industries, partly also because of the highly influential lobbying power that these industries have. So in order to turn this around, I argue, there is an urgent need to rejuvenate older, let's say, pre-neoliberal radical imaginaries, precisely because they still provide solid ethical and democratic justifications for public interventions in media and communication industries to protect and foster public interests and to strengthen democracy. We can first kind of reflect on the radical, the liberal radical imaginaries, which we could look at both the European civic republican liberal tradition, which could refer to Enlightenment ideals, which were also put forward today and serving also as an inspiration for the French Revolution of 1789. But also the Adam Smith-inspired British tradition of procedural liberalism. And obviously the individualism that is also inherent to Anglo-Saxon economic liberalism was always counterbalanced by a narrative of societal civic duties, of social cohesion, and above all guided by conceptions of social justice and ethical values, which were essential as they needed to replace the divine justification of the absolute powers of king and church. There were also obviously quite a few of interventions to make capitalism work. For example, to avoid concentration of wealth and to avoid anti-competitive behavior inherent to the capitalist system. Liberalism is also fundamentally pluralist, with an emphasis on tolerance of different views, above all religious tolerance, and linked to this valuing minority positions and avoiding what Mills called the tyranny of the majority. And so this also ties into the idea of the bourgeois public sphere and freedom of rational speech and freedom of the press, the separation of powers as foregrounded by John Locke and later also by Montesquieu in terms of, for example, the watchdog role of the media. There's obviously, we can also refer to what I would call the socialist radical imaginary. And here also we have two different traditions, let's say. I mean, there are many more, but let's highlight two of them. A more kind of centralist Marxist one and a kind of more horizontal anarchist federalist imaginary that are both relevant. And we can refer here obviously to public ownership of land, property and resources by local communities or by the state, achieved through nationalization, becoming an important tool at some point to achieve these radical imaginaries. But also local and often small-scale cooperatives operating on the principle of mutual aid were deemed important. And this can, of course, also be expanded into the idea of the commons. The drastic expansion of social justice beyond the liberal articulation thereof goes beyond acts of kindness in the radical socialist imaginary, and also the abstract notion of fairness. In certain cases, privileging equality over and above certain freedoms and rights. Also, ideas of social and moral justice were central to socialist policies within democracies and served to justify a distributive justice and the establishment of the welfare state. Obviously, we also know that the kind of relationship of the radical socialist imaginary with democracy was kind of also to some extent problematic, but still we find, for example, Rosa Luxemburg's kind of idea of a kind of, not necessarily, or it was contagious in the context of a liberal kind of representative democracies, but also kind of having a kind of horizontal basic democratic, radical democratic project as Rosa Luxemburg put forward, emphasizing mass participation and the democratization of public institutions. And also kind of a focus on emancipation, which we also find in the liberal radical imaginary. Now, if we kind of look at how these two imaginaries kind of co-shaped public interventions in terms of media and communication, we can distinguish four main areas where this was relevant and taking place. At the level of ownership, the level of access, media content, and communication infrastructures. And let me briefly reflect on each of these. So, in terms of ownership, obviously, from a socialist radical imaginary, public or community ownership of media and of communication infrastructures was the best way to protect public, i.e. workers' interests. And we can see many examples of this throughout history in terms of the postal services, telecommunication infrastructures, public service broadcasters, as well as community media. Also in the liberal imaginary, we see that there is a kind of justification for intervention at the level of ownership in the case of what they call market failure and the establishment of natural monopolies. And we kind of see here how highly regulated market or a kind of a maximum cap on a kind of market share that one particular actor can own, strict rules to ban or minimize cross-ownership across media and communication in terms of content production versus distribution and things like that. Or the use indeed of antitrust regulation and competition law to legally enforce competition. for example, in the telecom industry, with the breakup of AT&T, for example. When we look at access, we can also see here that the radical imaginary aim to achieve public interest goals through regulation rather than through public ownership. And obviously some of these, like for example, universal service obligations of telecommunications, were also put forward by commercial or kind of privately owned telecommunication companies to avoid being nationalized in some ways. But in any case, we can see that there are kind of important interventions there at the level of setting tariffs and in the realm of consumer protection. In the case of the socialist radical imaginary, we can see that equal access to communication infrastructure is achieved through social redistributive justice. For example, the public service tradition, obviously, which was already mentioned in terms of ownership, but also, for example, means-tested social tariffs for telecommunication services, for example. Certain people paying less for that than others. Access to knowledge and information as well as learning is deemed to be an important in terms of a strong kind of democracy, both in the liberal and the socialist radical imaginary. And we can refer here to the rollout of public libraries, but also copyright legislation, not only protecting intellectual property and stimulating creativity, but also in a way putting limits on the time that content producers can exploit that property, and thereby also protecting the commons, or kind of making sure that that intellectual ideas or knowledge comes into the public domain after a certain time. Media content. Here, obviously, this is something that is kind of more contentious, I would say. But in any case, the liberal radical imaginary emphasizes pluralism of media and diversity of content. We see obviously many liberal constitutional laws across Europe, for example, protecting, or in the US as well, protecting freedom of organization, freedom of the press. Something that was also mentioned by Hannu earlier in his talk. But within the socialist radical imaginary, we see that these liberal values were also important, if only to develop a workers' press independent from bourgeois interests. We can refer to the work of Knecht and Klugen of the proletarian public sphere. In terms of how we can kind of refer to examples of this, we could I mean, in the 1980s, for example, there were a lot of public subsidies for alternative media collectives. For example, in the London Authority kind of funded a lot of kind of interesting, even kind of radical groups that produced posters and things like that. We can also see in terms of France or the south of Belgium, and that's the kind of idea that Christian also took up again in terms of the idea of a kind of public service internet, that there are precedents for that in terms of taxing commercial broadcasters and taking that tax and putting it into a fund that subsequently supports community radio or creative radio, as it's sometimes called in the French kind of tradition. Both imaginaries also favor the protection of and support for local cultural production and artists. And here we can also kind of see how nationalism in some countries kind of comes into play in this particular category, where we see that certain subsidies for co-production of media content for television or cinema, either directly through subsidies or indirectly via, for example, tax shelters. And then there was also the kind of this idea of fair and balanced reporting, and that's obviously more kind of contentious in terms of not necessarily a state intervening, but creating a space for well, they were intervening. I mean, there were certainly in terms of broadcasting a lot of kind of rules, the fairness balance, for example, that Reagan kind of got rid of in the 1980s in the US, the fairness doctrine, I mean, but also special rules during elections in many countries in terms of what media can and cannot do, or journalists can and cannot do during a political period of political campaigning. If we then go to communication infrastructures, central to the liberal radical imaginaries are the protection of privacy and the kind of clear separation between the private and the public sphere, and the right to opacity, the right to not be disturbed, to kind of and we can see how within media and communication this got a kind of articulation through the secrecy of correspondence and the way in which letters were or that kind of secrecy of correspondence was enshrined in many liberal constitutions, which does not mean that the state was not surveilling their citizens and was not opening letters in the cabinet noir, so to speak. But nevertheless, the principle was there. Making sure that also that systems and infrastructures are open and operate in the public interest inevitably also has a technical side to it. Interconnection and interoperability, for example, between different communication networks had to be forced upon, because obviously it is in the interests of monopolists to create a kind of closed system. So this had to be enforced through regulation. Number portability, for example, for mobile operators was also something. If it makes it much more easier for us to change operators if you can keep your number, and if you have to change your number, it's an extra barrier. So if the state then intervenes to kind of force that, that's again kind of something that that kind of is an intervention in the public interest. And also the idea of net neutrality is very much in line with I would argue, is in line with a kind of anarcho-socialist imaginary of equality, non-discrimination, horizontality, and collectivism, which obviously also came out of the kind of hippie culture of California. Basically protects an open internet and avoids the erection of online toll booths and the creation of a splinternet. Obviously, again, the FCC in the United States got rid of the principle of net neutrality, contrary to Europe. So if we kind of conclude and see how we can kind of see at all these kind of historical interventions in media and communication, and as I already kind of briefly kind of hinted in here and there, we can kind of use that as inspiration. We do not necessarily need to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, if we want to regulate social media or create a public service internet. The tools and justifications are there, both, I would argue, these liberal and socialist radical imaginaries provide ample justifications for intervention. And I would then also argue that reviving these is necessary to create a new horizon of the possible with regard to the nexus media, communication and democracy. And this kind of new horizon could inform and enable urgent debates with regard to the concentration of media ownership, low levels of diversity in media content, public support for creative content creation or investigative journalism. The kind of crisis of local journalism could also be linked to that in many countries, and the role also of as Christian was pointing out, the role of public service actors in the digital age in terms of developing a kind of public service internet, more stringent privacy protections that can be enforced on social media companies, the social responsibility that social media companies should have in terms of, for example, not making millions out of fascist actors that buy themselves into social media to target segmented audiences across the world, as well as equal access to information and infrastructures. Obviously, I'm not kind of want to argue here that these kind of two imaginaries are commensurative. There are kind of tensions obviously between them, but in the realm of media and communication, we can also see that at times they also operate conjointly and then have some kind of common values that they try to protect. As I also argued elsewhere with my colleague Robin Mansell, privileging the socialist radical imaginary or the liberal radical imaginary, or indeed favoring a more balanced approach, appropriating values from both, which in many ways Habermas also did, should precisely be the object of what I would call a radical democratic debate in society regarding the role of media and communication infrastructures and services in a strong democracy, and the role and extent to which the state and public interests should intervene in that. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Yeah, our next presenter is Ed McCluskey. He's a professor emeritus in the communication department at Boise State University in Idaho in western USA. His teaching and research interests include critical theory, social philosophy of communication, communication theory, mass culture, and cultural studies. Today, he will give a talk titled Distancing Publics Through Managed Engagement and Ideologized Transparency. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you for inviting me to be here. It's great to return to this city and this colloquium after what feels like eons ago. In any event, to my talk. I won't hit PowerPoint here. I just want to say never underestimate a subtitle. Well, that's what grabbed my attention with Slavko's book, How Extraction Replaced Expression of Opinion. Now, I inflect that subtitle to emphasize transformations replacing as well as changing the public, as many of our speakers have been doing. That more closely fits, though, my localized practical experiences now with the fate of the public sphere. Such a replacement inherits perceptible historical transformations in which opining during fast-moving digitization extends into territory not fully charted, but which is recognizable in ways Slavko lays bare and finds distinctive. If books could worry, the book Fast Capitalism overtly did that. Ben Egger began it by saying that books are written when books do not exist. He didn't live long enough to read yours, Slavko, but I expect he would welcome it as he defended books against the shatterings of bullet point culture. Given enough resources, resistance, persistence, and energy, Egger would have agreed with our late colleague Jakubowicz, who remarked that, quote, only a Copernican revolution can prevent a funeral for public service media, to which books typically contributed. Perhaps with wide circulation and reading, such books make their contributions in any event on a small scale, except for the residents in my city, Boise, Idaho, in the United States. We hope against hope for a revolution as well in local politics that reclaims the public as a significant voice and as an arbiter of public policy when possible. Public officials there work within a frustrating framework that I labeled the management of public engagement, which is my theme. I mentioned this phrase in passing to Slavko, whereupon he suggested a special issue of Javnost on the topic. More about this later. Even when not using the word, the concept audience persists to characterize the local public in local governmental performances under programs called public engagement. I always think that's an interesting term, engagement. Where does it stop, is my question. Public engagement, after all, is the phrase of the day in my part of the world, marked by such reductions, stopping at attention getting and short of actual consequential participation. So I should note here a statement from another book, Media Consumption and Public Engagement Beyond the Presumption of Attention. To quote Cordially and others, quote, growing fears of decline in engagement in the democratic process include what counts as political during proliferating delivery platforms, the difficulties of being a citizen in an intensely digitized democracy has been an intensifying scholarly focus as well, and this colloquium seems to be a part of that. Outside strictly academic discourses, though, I finally took a leap after decades of living in the stratosphere of Habermasian theory and other things like that. I had to, upon my retirement at the university, stay active, and I got involved with local activist and political groups. So outside of academic discourses, I'd like to do a focus today. These groups deal less, I've learned, with actual government officials than with this public engagement industry as the normalized provider of local government planning. I use the phrase public engagement industry thanks to an excellent history of its growth by Caroline Lee, a book titled Do-It-Yourself Democracy, The Rise of the Public Engagement Industry. More optimistic than I am, her ethnography is rare and a valuable resource on this topic. It recognizes that the public has a troubled history with the rise of a professional class of public engagement experts, questionable expertise in the past and present, now credentialed through workshops, certificate programs, even university degrees in marketing and public relations, claiming humanized efforts at rich public feedback and abilities to mine public sentiment. This industry marshals listening sessions, surveys, and redesigned websites that yield snippets of short attention spans while tracking in non-transparent fashion email and Zoom session chats whose influence on official policy lives, if it does at all, behind a veil of assurances. I also use the term ideology here, a concept of long debate, but I have Zizek's description of ideology in mind based on my experience. We are within ideological space, he writes, when the content we consider statements of public engagement or invocations of transparency, in my examples, quote, use the guise of truth cynically, now revealing power relations with a disarming frankness, but does not in any way prevent enacting plans already underway. The formula of cynicism is no longer the classic, they do not know it, but they are doing it. It is, they know very well what they are doing, and they are doing it. Ideology itself gone visible. That position captures what is happening thanks to the public engagement industry, in line with my country's national, regional, and local politics. The growth of this industry sells democracy as a do-it-yourself affair, as business-friendly to public policy, with presumptions of inevitability, and with communication concepts replaying advertising and marketing research. The industry declares an always premature optimism that the public realm will be better for its contributions. This is an outgrowth of surveillance revolutions in digitization, surveillance capitalism, from hard research to investigative journalism, from concept pieces to case studies, from public outcries to governmental responses. The vicissitudes of digitization make often familiar marks as publics and education for the public sphere increasingly are constrained. Meeting resistance, project by project over the years, elected officials openly state their weariness with citizen objections at long public hearings. Thus, these officials claim greater and better public engagement and an alleged necessity to reduce public opining, reducing to the point of closing the general public's encounters takes forms of digitized efficiency through digital black holes, email and web form response boxes, failing claims to transparency about the gatekeeping practices being used by officials and their representatives. For all the outreach and public engagement sessions, strict management goes digital while dividing citywide groups into neighborhood associations, developers, citizen action groups indulged by the city, and wholesale stakeholder committees, all of which aim to recommend or wish to recommend policy to the city. Imposed hierarchy determines when and how these now fragmented groups may respond or become involved. But having listened group by group, the city's amalgamation rubrics remain a mystery, while the public does not feel heard. Instead, public engagement is deemed fulfilled according to generic public relations campaigns, which declare municipal developments to be transparent for all. In that context, transparency claims substitute for citizen participation. Public engagement rests on those even as occasions for the public to exercise influence wane for public hearings and appeal rights. The public also faces new additions to expensive paywalls when the public insists on better information. Paywalls weaken claims for transparency for all. This, too, is in the open with administrative branding, public engagement successful because, official argues, the price of better information is reduced alleged nuisance requests for information. Here, too, efficiency in public engagement management is a central value. It's immensely popular, of course, with business. The United States Chamber of Commerce circulates a pamphlet titled "The Future of Public Engagement." It praises the public engagement industry as a management plan to have the public do the work of the power structure, enlisting the public to spread the organization's message. The pamphlet is used to energize workshops to help corporate power structures claim legitimacy as though public consensus had already been or is being reached. When digitized, public comment can appear to be the large amount of work claimed by consultants and city officials, but the degree to which digital programming meets local coding geeks is unknown. The corporatization of management strategies otherwise is a relentless reminder that structuration does not disappear in liquefied modernity. Fast capitalism is something of a marathoner. Municipalities in the United States force the use of our National Freedom of Information Act to extract information on public issues, policy, budgeting, tax incentives for builders and developers. This matter became especially acute in my hometown as this small city emerged from relative obscurity into national prominence as the fastest growing city in the nation. You can just read the PR everywhere. Growth generally refers to the demand for housing to be realized through increased density, affecting in profound ways both current and incoming populations. In this context, part of a national trend, the public engagement industry supplies outsourced consultants known to engage the public, frequently remotely even after pandemic restrictions were lifted, in-person listening sessions, PR campaigns that presented information using PowerPoints rather than listening to be heard. These sessions just concluded a major push by the Boise City government to rezone properties in significantly higher densities and with them generate higher tax revenues. Sometimes characterized as a housing crisis, especially for affordable housing, prevailing rhetoric suggests that growth is something like the laws of gravity, inevitable instead of manufactured. That which fuels growth is inevitable only when conditions are ripe. Low corporate taxes as investors and builders acquire land and existing family homes, fueled by few regulations that decrease home ownership and vastly increase the range of rental properties and accelerate the growth of the price of renting. The financialization of housing in a range from local, national, and international real estate has priced people out of housing whether they own or rent, displacing neighborhood residents in more than one part of the city. Now, you know, I'm betting, that this is not a unique story to a place like Boise, Idaho. Other cities in the U.S. also privilege redevelopment over affordability and livability while exacerbating what is actually a practice of population displacement. There's a rare investigative documentary about another city in my country which highlighted the consequences of marketing population density through local zoning laws that determine the number, dimensions, and uses of dwellings, often favoring large traffic corridors, cutting through existing housing. The documentary is titled Zoned Out. Got my attention because I'm from the 60s. But it means a reference to zoning codes. The film shows how local zoning laws manage the demographics and experiences of citizens in compelling accounts of displacement and distrust. The film caught the attention of my city's neighborhood associations and activists who use the film on websites with pale financial support compared to the city budget that grows to employ public engagement personnel. Facing a similar citywide rezone, the term upzone captures city rezoning practices. A new code rewrite will reach the Boise City Council with an accelerated deadline for public hearing in February, 2 months from now. So you can see I'm kind of in the thick of it. Only a few features of this rewrite, however, have come to light during more than a 2-year process selling the upzone. Of major concern is the specter of lower citizen participation, justified on the score of efficient administration in the approval of building projects throughout the city. That concern may well have the February hearing as the last opportunity for residents to express their views about the fates of their neighborhoods. The process of selling this plan has, however, been an intense top-down affair masked by the rhetoric of public engagement and an ideological use of the idea, transparency. Given the plan to reduce citizen participation in the final product, the 2-year run-up to close the deal included multiple listening sessions guided by city planners and heavily funded consultants trained in varieties of, they don't call it this, but we'd recognize it, media scholars, framing theory. These consultants lead the mayor's appointed stakeholder committees, a committee largely made up of city planners, PR people, developers, land use managers, and builders. Representation on the stakeholder committee also includes a minority of residents from already weakened neighborhood associations who, as insider stakeholders, continue to report that they still do not know the actual final plan being prepared for public view in this massive rhetoric of transparency. Meanwhile, all groups listened to by the city and its spokespeople are groups left with assurances that they are being heard. Skepticism, however, still simmers among neighborhood associations and activist groups, in part based on a history of relatively quiet upzoning already underway through granted exceptions to the current zoning requirements, exceptions that usually only full-time researchers and upcoming building permits and design reviews might discover. So, the city already has been creating predicates to upzone by granting variances to a code for builders and developers. Citizens generally are blindsided, though, when short-term notices appear about changes in their neighborhoods. Even seasoned members of weakened neighborhood associations must work overtime, and they're volunteers, to discover projects in time for their associations to weigh in. This climate has been brewing for several years. The public-facing city website is showing the signs of public relations over actual information. Residents, keen to keep ahead of the changes underway, now encounter on that website the message, "Search disabled." This message lives in a search box. It did just before I got on the plane to get here. Lives in a search box on that website. One activist who supplies valuable information by using the website calls the new message a brazen new low in transparency. Anyone seeking detailed information on planning faces obstacles preventing them from seeking information, playing into the hands of public engagement managers who are keen to frame the issues for the citizens. Now, I pointed this out when participating in a Zoom call with a city-sponsored focus group about the website. One city official on that site said that information that people seek through Freedom of Information Act and so forth was history and not worth pursuing, extolling instead only future-oriented projects. The relevance of residents' and neighborhoods' histories fall by the wayside with information that could but is not revealed. To me, that recalled critical theorists' insistence that history and memory of it are required for future-oriented practice to create genuine agreements, if not full consensus. 2 months away now from the city's upzone, ideologically and blatantly contradictory uses of transparency express the persistence of hierarchical power that frames and manages practices called public engagement. Instead of publicizing early-stage requests by builders, developers, investors, web portals for the public still live behind the veils of fast capitalism, within time frames set by city managers whose search engines could easily and instantly display public records. Instead, citizens must resort to that Freedom of Information Act and the city's version of it. Both yield less than timely results, yet public records requests must be invoked to take seriously the city's ongoing claims of transparency when public engagement leaves a void. And there are costs involved when submitting such requests, costs that are prohibitive for most citizens in, I suspect, any community who want detailed information beyond the cursory, shall we say, cover page or executive summary. Trying to get around such costs, some citizens were learning how to search for content on what one activist called the secret portal, the one now unavailable. Because the city disabled access, citizen researchers wanting public information regularly face obstacles, from paywalls to no information about where to go to search. Some of the requirements are, tell us precisely the document you're searching for, even if you don't know what's going on. So that's another obstacle. The consequences of treating public participation in the life of communities as management arenas is the order of the day. The need for greater attention in research to the public engagement industry is apparent for other localities too, and beyond the local. That is why I began soliciting manuscripts for a special issue of Javnost that I mentioned. In many cities, turns out, I think we knew this, politics in general has gone corporate, and manuscripts that cross my desk now, awaiting review, come from Taiwan, South Korea, Denmark, Poland, Spain, Brazil, Nigeria, and the US. You may be interested in the Javnost webpage about a special issue titled Critical Research on the Management of Public Engagement, which has a January 15 manuscript deadline. There's my plug, okay? What I have been describing in part here is reflected in essays that recognize the salience of public engagement being deployed by businesses and governments to claim responsiveness to public demands for recognition and incorporation into public policy. So far, manuscripts and abstracts bear titles like The Weaponization of Public Comment Rules Against the Public, Generating Public Engagement to Control Protests in State-Managed Vigilantism in Poland, and Shorting the System, Public Engagement, also Enragement, and the GameStop Revolution. It's quite a mix. If anyone's interested to write a piece or to review those that arrive, just let me know. The recurring situation, though, is that objections are suppressed on society's margins in a range from economic groups, except at the tops of economic ladders, where influence thrives. Given economic trends for the people, this means growth for the public as a management arena. Research and its migrations into the popular arenas may also grow, but proliferating specialist journals tend to shrink more generic and critical scrutiny. Jakubowicz invoked his fellow Polish analyst Bauman to insist that instead of solid modernity, we have liquid modernity, a situation of constant rapid change in which social forms and institutions no longer have enough time to solidify for long-term life plans. One key point there, to inflect a cliché, is that change has its constants. In Slavko's recent edited book, The Liquefaction of Publicness, that which is not so liquid received attention too, because the dispersed public had, in fast capitalism, its recurring and recognizable drivers. The masthead of the journal, Fast Capitalism, stated that rapid information and communication technologies cultivate self, the education of the self, society and culture in the 21st century, replacing distinct institutions such as work and family, education, and even entertainment. This accelerated post-Fordist stage of capitalism altered relations in labor through invasive technologies that tether us to capital and control. In her book, Cold Intimacies, Ilyuz summarized fast capitalism as the tendency to compress time in order to increase economic efficiency, the spear that helps colonize the life world, and with it, private and social spaces required to cultivate the public sphere. Schooling in history and civic life have doors closing to an informed public, assisting the age of what Borman analyzes as digital bullshit. That's a technical term. Bullshit, he writes, is Habermas's worst nightmare because justification and persuasion are giving way to weakened abilities in the population, sensibilities and knowledge to resist bullshitters who now have a foothold in public life. Such erosion in the name of administrative efficiency and right-wing content preferences is fertile ground for the management of social interaction and the public engagement industry. Savvy PR firms in this industry bet on connectivity rather than solidarity. cementing technology-centric visions and versions of democratic societies. This engineering consciousness of connection instrumentalizes action in a hijacking of the theory and practice of communication. For all the effort expended by the public engagement industry, century-old relations between capitalism and communication portray to this day the public as a market of consumers to be won in competition. The citizen as consumer merely circulates in fast capitalism, leaving social and communicative activity to a market that tracks and disperses and dispenses opinions to be aggregated for frictionless management. As the surveillance economy became the attention-getting economy, a digitized coup, says Zuboff, emerged to overthrow the people's sovereignty. The public sphere can be studied for its contribution to social integration and to the political integration of the citizens. Public engagement works on social integrative processes, though, that are necessary for the political integration of citizens. The public engagement industry Another and related industry is private trust production, after all, housing the management of reputations for a price. Online reputation management services, distributed ledgers, and AI-based predictive systems are widely adopted infrastructures aimed at controlling the past, the present, and the future through private technical means. We may say, therefore, that the public engagement industry is also a trust production industry. By removing trust itself from the local, social, cultural, and relational context through image management, the calculus of interpersonal trust relations becomes another wrinkle in fast capitalism with a catastrophic impact on the most fundamental layers of the social fabric. So, in conclusion, the management of public engagement presents an altered understanding of conversation and deliberation. Even rare, free-form brainstorming or issue prioritizing sessions give way to digital recombination while selling the impression of organic creations from a managed public sphere. With ideology in plain sight, participants become avatars and formulaic, distancing the public from abilities to influence public policy. So the management of public engagement weaves a hopeful future through public engagement and transparency. But the public engagement industry instead enacts its version of transparency as ideology, while the rest of us here continue to try to make sense of the digitized worlds to which it is a contributor. Thank you.
So yeah, we managed to save some time, not a lot of time for the discussion. Yeah, I don't know how we should organize it. Maybe the presenters could come here. I'm not sure if we have enough time. But in any way, anyone who would like to participate, engage, or anything like that, just raise your hand. Yeah, mics are somewhere around, or you can come here in front and speak up.
Hi everybody, I'm happy to be here. I'm Peter. Maybe a comment to Hanno. He posed the question: what does the public do when the public recognizes that the government is not responsible, is empty, and is not able to manage resources? I think now the postmodern critique that was, for example, if you remember, Baudrillard said government is communicating nonsense to the citizens and citizens are communicating nonsense to the government. Now this can become a reality with social media when everybody, even those who are satisfied with government and those who are not, or opposition, are living in peace on social media and in this kind of social communication forms. I mean, the system almost works perfectly. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's like maybe you were thinking about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I mean, Baudrillard's answer is that it's there is a process of acceleration and explosion. So it is kind of imploding. I mean, the system will implode within inside because there is no logic anymore. So everything is accelerating, and consumption is the leading force there. So there is no society. There is only a consumption, and then finally it implodes within. But let's say, in other terms, I would say that this leads then a kind of authoritarian democracy. I mean, because there is the function of the society doesn't need any more citizens. There is the management of things, and the state is following and executing the functions of the transnational corporations. There is no need for this. Let's say that in those terms there would be then kind of a back to this what is the Habermasian term, feudalistic public sphere. I mean, there is a public sphere is a kind of a spectator, sphere of staged states interactions. I don't know. I'm afraid of this authoritarian democracy kind of thing.
Just raise your hands. Raise your hand if you have a question. If there are no questions, then maybe I will try to comment a bit the whole morning sessions. In general, I would say that one thing that I think was in common for almost all the presentations was the idea that things are getting worse, and that we are closing some kind of really the end mark when we will enter, for example, the authoritarian democracy or some really final stage of the destruction also of the public sphere and so on. And I don't know, to be a devil's advocate, that's not my position, but is it really so? For example, Ksenia, she mentioned the year 2015 as the worst year of these developments in relation to what's going on with social media, or I don't know, Cambridge Analytica, Trump coming in power, populism in Europe, and things like that happening. And if I'm thinking, if I'm really trying to be an optimist, are not things going a little bit better in the last 5 years or so? We survived the conspiracy theories during COVID pandemic and all these things. And okay, maybe this is just this slightly better before, this actual final destruction. Or maybe it's, I don't know, things are getting better slowly. That's just one thought that I have.
So I guess a counterpoint to that would be, that sounds like we're grabbing for straws.
Probably. So, are there some additional comments, questions, something like that? We have a question probably from people online. Okay.
Mr. Coleman, we can hear you.
Well, I think your last comment was a really important one. I'm not sure how much take-up you're going to get from the speakers, but I think you're onto something very important. I think that you can go to academic conferences where people tell you that everything is exciting and we're in this new digital age and everything is moving forward. And there is a kind of contagious delusion around this. I think you can equally go to ones in which people are full of lamentations for something or other that they think they've lost, where they think that everything is getting hugely worse. They will often punctuate their comments by saying, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I have to say to you that I don't think either of those worldviews are useful or empirically justifiable. I think the reality is that we are in incredibly difficult times. There are pressures, but I do not recognize the characterization of the world, which is one of post-enlightenment. Neither do I recognize a characterization of the world as one in which some sort of digital acceleration is going to save us from and take us into some sort of glorious post-modernity. And I think it's worth thinking about. I think if we really are all critical thinkers, we should apply critical thought to our own positions. And my view in relation to my own position is that we have a duty to do two things. First of all, to empirically describe the world in the most effective way that we can without being one-sided and ideologically sloganizing. And secondly, that we need to be normatively informed by the kind of world that we want. And for me, that is a liberal, democratic world. So I think your point was very well taken by me.
Okay, thank you. Some other comments, questions? Yeah?
I fully agree.
Okay, if not, okay.
I apologize since I'm taking your time, lunchtime, but this is a kind of perhaps provocation, and I would follow what Stephen just said, and actually what Ed was saying before. I must to make a short introduction. The Academy of Sciences and Arts in Slovenia has a development council, and its main function is to discuss crucial issues relevant particularly for the future of Slovenia, to form proposals, perhaps solutions, and then to, in a way, forward those proposals to the political institutions, to the government, to the parliament, and so on. So here is the provocation. Formerly, in the morning session, the chair of this developmental council was with me, and he said, you should formulate at this colloquium today a problem and find or suggest the ways the problem should be approached in Slovenia by the governmental authorities. Right. So this is quite the opposite to what Ed discussed in his paper. So what's happening with this development council, it's not a kind of industry. It's really sort of bottom-up discussion, controlled to some degree, or quite a lot actually, by scientists, academia. But nevertheless, I mean, it's completely open just anyone in Slovenia could enter this meetings and come forward with an idea, with a proposal, with a suggestion. So the provocation is this: are we able to formulate a problem that could be addressed by politics in Slovenia in the future time? Would it be next year or next 5 years? But the point is that in this optimistic vein, are we willing to think of the ways how these critical problems we are addressing should be, in a way, let's say, as Stephen discussed, that should be addressed, this would be the most important, actually, contribution of such a gathering at the Academy of Sciences and Arts in Slovenia, to try to formulate such a proposal.
Do we have any answers to this question or provocation? If not, I think we can discuss those issues during the lunch break. So we'll have lunch at the same place as we had coffee before, and we'll return at 2. I think 50 minutes is enough time for the lunch break, and we'll continue at 2 with the afternoon's session. Thank you.
session. We will have 2 sessions here, continuing, I think, more empirical, in a more empirical tone, if you like. And of course, I hope also that we will get something like a more hopeful note here than in the morning, so we can try also to formulate some problem that we also want to like to solve here. All right. Anyhow, so there is a. I can tell you later on how about that one. So there is a first paper is by Professor Jernik Prodnik and Igor Vobic. If I'm right, it is the authoritarian rights attack on the public sphere, analyzing Janet Janša's first 100,000 tweets. Please.
Thank you, Hannu. It's a great honor to present this, and it's great to follow in the steps of great presentations. Thanks a lot for this. But what is positive is that you just had a lunch, so you will basically just digest and not listen to what I will have to say. So the first plan was to present an analysis that we are doing with my colleague Igor Vobic, but unfortunately he fell ill. So this is the presentation that you're getting. So as Hannu already said, yes, Jānis Janša did actually already publish 100,000 tweets. If that's the first question, I can already provide you with an answer. So you might be a bit incredulous a few years ago when at least the Slovenians, it seems that Slovenia has become the center of political world. After Jānis Janša won his 3rd PM victory, basically, and as you can see, Slovenia was in basically all of the media, and considering this is basically a pocket state, this was quite a feat, but unfortunately not for the right reasons. So there was actually a person doing an analysis of how many news was published on Jānis Janša, and there was more than 800 media reports in 25 languages mentioning Janša between January 2020 and May 2021. Now, what most of these reports focused on was basically this. So this relationship with the infamous illiberal Democrat Viktor Orban. But what reporters also focused on was basically Jānis Janša's communicative style, which was very close to Donald Trump's, of course. So this extensive use of Twitter and so on. Okay, so it's actually working. So as you know, Slovenia wasn't particularly specific when it came to this. There has been a profound rise of radical right throughout the world since 2000s, basically. And Kas Mude, who is perhaps the central author focusing and analyzing these trends, has noticed that in this 4th wave of the rise of the radical right, it has basically become normalized and mainstreamed, right? So it's become a legitimate and non-contestable part of institutional politics, which Kas Mude pointed out is something completely new for the 4th wave, because in the 3rd wave there was still protests, like when Haider became a part of the Austrian government, right? So the problem here is that even when these actors, radical right actors, are not in power, they of course influence political practice and discourse of all parties, especially of the traditional conservative right parties, which was the case both in United Kingdom. Tories became very radical, as you know, and they took from UKIP, right? And it was very similar in Austria with Sebastian Kurz and so on, right? So it's basically spreading throughout the political system, right? Now there has been, of course, a huge outcry of especially liberal authors, especially from Anglo-American academia, over the impending death of liberal democracy with Trump's victory, with Brexit and so on. This is only a couple of examples which I think are very telling, right? The titles tell basically everything. Democracy Hacked, How Democracies Die. This is the latest from Ivan Krastev and Stephen Holmes. It's a very interesting book to read, but it is very, what's happening, right? How can this be? Which was really a bit strange considering several authors have noticed this before. But also empirical studies, as you know, noticed that something's happening. For example, in Freedom House, VDEM Institute called this democratic backsliding, right? All of these empirical studies also noticed that citizens also aren't so interested in democracy anymore, right? So not in institutions, not in the political process and so on, right? But as I said, many critical authors have warned about these problems much earlier. Peter Mayer, for example, wrote about hollowing out of democracy. Colin Crouch, almost 20 years ago, spoke about post-democracy. Wolfgang Streeck is writing about the end of democratic capitalism. And as you can see, all of these authors, which also include Habermas, who was speaking about pathologies of political communication, have written about this much earlier than Trump, everything is lost now moment, right? What does stand out in this recent literature, and I'm trying to really synthesize here many works from these recent analysis, are three things which I found really interesting. And this is at least to an extent banalizing things, right? Because there were other arguments, of course, by these authors. So the first one is that the current crisis of liberal democracy cannot be compared to the previous crisis, especially, for example, during the 20th century, because the erosion that's happening has been really slow. So it's very difficult to say when is this cutoff line, when we are not speaking about liberal democracies anymore, as we could see with Viktor Orban as well, right? So it was very difficult to say, is this still, yeah, maybe, you know what I'm talking about, right? And all of these authoritarians are basically still waving the banner of democracy. Even Putin is still doing this, right? And we probably are not concerned that he's still a Democrat, right? The second thing is that, and this is really came to the fore, I think, in this recent literature, is that these politicians are really serial norm breakers, right? So there was a really basic recognition that norms are of essential importance. You could see this with Donald Trump basically saying, I will not, if I lose, I won't say that I lost, right? And there was actually constitutional lawyers saying, what do we do if he doesn't concede, right? And we don't have any procedures, right? So all of these authors basically are saying norms are of immense importance, even if they're not written, and usually they're not written, right? So this, of course, also includes constitutional hardball, which is basically we are playing by the rules, but against the spirit of the rules, right? Which is something that Trump also was very good at doing. And another thing which really struck me, because political theorists really are ignoring media usually. Those of you that are reading political theorists know that they don't give a about it, right? Jürgen Habermas is probably one of the few philosophers that is really focusing as a political theorist on the media. But there has been a really basic recognition that this crisis of journalism and professional media, together with all of the negative consequences of the digital social media, is seriously contributing to this, right? This was something new, at least from my reading of the things, right? So this is one such example from Jan Willem Miller. You probably know him. He's a political scientist and historian, and he basically says that one of the central issues that are contributing to this crisis of representative democracy is this crisis of intermediary institutions, right? And they were essential for structuring the political conflicts in the past, right? So, for example, this includes political parties as the central intermediary institution, and also professional media. And these institutions were of central importance for liberal democracy since the mid-19th century and have now collapsed. And for example, Colin Crouch mentioned the death of political parties. Similar to Peter Mayer, he also, when he was speaking about hollowing out of democracy, he was basically saying, we have political parties, but these are not actually, they're basically without any content, right? So this was basically it. And this is when it comes to the norms, right? This is from Ziblatt and Levinsky. So this is, never has a president flouted so many unwritten rules so quickly. With few exceptions, US presidents have recognized the media's centrality as a democratic institution and respected its place. But when it came to Trump, his public insults were, of course, without precedent. I'm not sure whether it's really without precedent. You had at least Nixon before that, right? But still, it's pointing out to the fact that he's really breaking norms when it comes to basically finger pointing at concrete people as journalists, right? Which was really problematic. This is one such quote, media amongst, perhaps the most famous one, media amongst the most dishonest human beings on earth. And this actually brings us to our former Prime Minister Janez Janša, who had actually very similar contributions to the public sphere. STA, which is Slovenian National Press Agency, is a national disgrace and evident abuse of the name it carries. And he also went and attacked individual journalists. For example, this is such an example, calling a journalist of newspaper Delo a disgrace, right? As someone who hates Slovenia. So we did an analysis of how Janez, and this was on Twitter, by the way, Janša's quote. So we did an analysis of how Janez Janša actually used Twitter, and he really started slowly. So he really published almost nothing until 2016, when Donald Trump's presidential candidature started to gather momentum. So I don't want to say that there is causation here, but the correlation is quite striking if you look at this. So it's going up. He actually was able to publish, as you can see, 25,000 tweets per year, which was mostly retweets, but still, this is an immense amount for a politician. I've tried to look at whether there's a comparable politician, and I didn't find one. Maybe there is, but certainly not someone that would be a prime minister, right? He, as I said, these were usually retweets, but there was also almost 10,000 original tweets. And he usually retweeted his party comrades. You don't know these people, but you will have to take my word for it, unfortunately. So these were the accounts that were retweeted at least 500 times. And as you can see, he actually retweeted himself. This was on the third. Nova Stranka SDS is his party, and Nova 24 is his party media, right? So this is basically it. So then we looked at original tweets by Janša, and we wanted to see how many times he mentions media, right? Or different journalists and so on. And we found out that every sixth tweet out of all original tweets was related to journalists or the media. So this is actually a lot of tweets about the media, original tweets, right? And out of these tweets, 12% related to these labels or idionyms, as we call them. I won't go too deep into this. Hanzi TV is basically East German television. Opankar is someone from the Balkans that wears strange shoes. And you can guess what prostitute is, right? So I don't have to explain that this is definitely an insult. And it cannot be like you're a really good journalist prostitute, right? Pishkot is cookie. So giving cookies to the journalists that are the nicest to the political elites that Janez Janša doesn't like. So we did basically an analysis of these tweets. As you can see, this is ideology-related idionym. F500, I can't explain it, it's too long, sorry. So then we have ethnic-related idionyms, which is the people with strange shoes from the Balkans, sex-related prostitutes, and animal-related, giving somebody a biscuit, a treat, right? So we looked at, we did a network analysis on this. So this is just to demonstrate to you that this was before Donald Trump. So Donald Trump didn't start with these insults. If anything, it was Janez Janša that was before him that started with these insults to the journalists. So this is the network analysis that we did. So what does this tell you? We really wanted to step away from qualitative analysis because you have all of the pitfalls, also political pitfalls, with qualitative analysis. So we wanted to do something that would be unrelated to what we think about Janez Janša. And this basically tells you the connections. So the thicker the line, the more common it was that prostitute, for example, appeared in the same tweet with RTV Slovenia, which is Slovenian national public broadcaster, basically. And all of these, more or less all of these people are journalists. This doesn't mean that he was necessarily critical of them. This is just a connection that appeared in the tweet, okay? So when he mentioned prostitutes or Hanzi TV, these actors also appeared in the tweet. And the thicker it is, the more common this connection was. So there's also some people here that are followers of Janez Janša. But of course, when you go and qualitatively then look at this, you see that, of course, these were mostly derogatory terms used in connection to these, right? And this is very similar. This is prostitutes. This is the biscuit. It's mostly politicians again. This is the local thing that I won't explain, and so on, right? And this is just to give you an impression. So prostitution on public television, for example, or mentioning individual journalists. So when you then go and look at it qualitatively, you can see that it's very really derogatory use, right? So I will finish with this. So at the start of the 90s, Chantal Mouffe noticed that the world is impossible without antagonisms, right? That conflicts are, in fact, a crucial part for political to exist. And with the end of history that happened in the 1990s, this could prove to be a problem and could be even harmful for democratic politics. This is actually something that Cas Mudde also mentions in his recent work on populism. He basically says that populism is an illiberal democratic response to undemocratic liberalism, which he basically points out that liberalism has really become undemocratic, and that is a huge part of the problem why the populists and authoritarian right has risen, right? So you need political conflicts, otherwise you can't have political identities, and if you don't have real political questions in the public sphere, it basically discourages participation in political process, right? So you do need conflicts. Otherwise, you basically just have it in other guises, something that we have now, right? And this is, it's interesting because Jan Werner Miller in this book that I mentioned earlier actually says something similar, right? Democracy presupposes and even needs conflicts, not only unity. So we don't there's no need for this strict unity. But of course, these conflicts need to be resolved democratically, right? So this is from Chantal Mouffe. What she points at is that we need to distinguish between adversaries and enemies. So this is at the thick of it, right? So this is also the distinction that she makes when she speaks about agonistic pluralism. She basically says we need to transform antagonism into agonism. So we can see our political opponents as our enemies. Otherwise, this is not politics, right? Now, the problem that we have here with authoritarian politicians, including Janez Janša, is exactly this, right? They're consistently presenting their opponents and or critics as enemies, right? Not as somebody that would be a legitimate actor in the public sphere, right? And this basically means that they're questioning whether they have the right to actually coexist in the social realm, right? So this is not that he's being conflictual. This is okay, but he is going beyond conflicts. He's presenting these actors as somebody that doesn't even have the legitimacy to exist. And this is very common to other authoritarian politicians as well, right? And of course, this quite logically means that defeating the enemies would be legitimate by any means necessary as well, right? So that's it. Thanks. I think I was a minute too long. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And I forgot in the beginning introduce Jernej. I will make it now. He is assistant professor at the Department of Journalism, University of Ljubljana, researcher at the Social Communication Research Center. His research is mainly based in different strands of critical theory, as you may have noticed, focused on the wider social context of technological changes and on historical aspects of the development of media and journalism. There are now 2 minutes time to present very imminent questions to him or comments to Jernej's presentation. 1 or 2 if you have very, burning questions there. Anybody wants to challenge him? Okay, of course. Please.
But aren't the authoritarian and kind of fascist actors also enemies for us?
Yeah, this is something that Chantal also points out. If you don't respect the rules, thanks. Yeah, of course. This is something that Chantal Mouffe also points out, right? So this conception of enemy still exists, but it's for those actors that do not respect the basic rules of the conduct, which is basically these actors, right? So you don't discard the concept of the enemy, but the enemy is basically the actor that doesn't respect any of the norms that are present in a political community, right? So thanks, but of course, completely correct.
Oh, thank you. And Ed, please.
Just a quick one. I really like that phrase, serial norm breakers. You know? Seems to me, though, that that happens on the left, too, sometimes, in some periods in history. In my generation, you know, some of the stuff about the 1960s protests, the whole argument was break this norm, break the rest of the norm, and anybody over 30.
Thanks. Sure. So this was what liberals are saying. I'm not subscribing to it necessarily. I was just summarizing what they see as a problem. This is actually not something that maybe serial norm breaking isn't so bad. I'm not sure. This is, as Stephen Coleman said, we are just describing things, not being normative, right? So, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now the following presentation is by Boris Mans, I don't know how to pronounce it, Manse, and Jernej Kalucha. Boris works as a researcher at the Social Communication Research Center. His fields of interest are in methodologies, critical communication theories, and scientific publishing. Jernej Kalucha is a philosopher and a former editor and journalist. He works as a researcher at the Social Communication Research Center. and also at the Center for Cultural and Religious Studies at the Faculty of Social Sciences. The title of Jernej's and Boris's presentation is Digital Platforms and the Revaluation of Journalistic Values, a case study of Google's digital news initiative. Please.
Yeah, thank you. So, as you may notice from the title, is the main object of our research Google Digital News Initiative. This was a funding scheme in which Google, one of the biggest digital platforms in the world, decided to fund European media and to help, as they express themselves, journalism and media to solve the crisis, which is related to changes, structural changes and accommodation of which traditional media has to go through in digital public sphere. So first of all, few quick facts. Google Digital News Initiative was active between the years 2016 and 2019, and in the context of this scheme, 150 million euros were divided into 662 different projects from 30 different European countries. Those projects could be also divided on the topics according to each call for applications. We have 4 different topics: boosting digital revenues, telling local stories, battling misinformation, and exploring new technologies. And as you probably can imagine, this fact that one of the biggest digital platforms decided to help local journalism and media, of course, we can put this scheme into the broader context of this relationship of platforms, digital platforms on the one hand, and publishers, digital media, traditional media, legacy media on the other hand. And this relationship was addressed many times in the existing literature. Some of the authors talked about a frenemy relationship, so half friendly and half adversary relationship. Some others talked about media capture, that platforms are capturing media, that media are becoming dependent on platforms, especially in the context of distribution of content. And of course, also we are encountered with competition for attention on the one hand, and with a more concrete competition for advertising revenues between platforms on the one hand and digital media on the other hand. And the aim of Google Digital News Initiative was, according to Google's representatives, to address those problems and to establish a more symbiotic relationship with news media and journalism. And also historically, are the roots of Google Digital News Initiative connected with the pressures, especially pressures from European authorities, European Commission, and so on, which appeared in the early 2010s in relation to the question of taxation of digital platforms, in relation to question of, I don't know, polarization, hate speech, and all those pressing topics at that time. And as one journalist expressed himself in 2015, Google needed more friends in Europe, and that's why they decided in 2015 to launch this funding scheme. And of course, we as critical researchers must ask ourselves, could this gesture be understood only as a sort of a whitewashing or brand washing, maybe even as a continuation of media capturing strategy through financing of the media? Or are we, on the other hand, encountered with a sincere concern for the media, with philanthropism, with, I don't know, altruism, and so on? So, of course, we are not the first who would ask those questions. There is quite some research that exists on this topic. Mainly, I must mention the research by Fanta and Dachwitz, Google Media Patron. It's really a good report on this scheme, but they focused mostly on the question of transparency, on the question of execution of the projects, on the question which organizations were funded, and so on, while we would like to focus on the content of the funded projects. So our research questions are, which are the most prominent problems, values addressed by the initiative, which are the most common technological solutions proposed by research projects, and how are they related to qualities of journalism. So we are conducting this content analysis by analyzing descriptions of the projects, because all of the projects are publicly available, and we have all descriptions of all the funded projects on the special website, and those descriptions are divided on the summary section and the solution section. So we are now analyzing these texts, and we also conducted some preliminary interviews with Hungarian project grant recipients, and we can talk more later in the time for discussion regarding this special case, because Hungary is a bit there is a bit of a specific situation because of the illiberal regime and so on. So this is how the structure, basic structure of our content analysis looks like. So we would like to check which specific values or problems are related with which specific technological solutions. So for example, one such quite explicit pattern may be the connection between the value of personal relevance and technological solution of personalization, and this could be related with the value of monetization of content or data collection and so on. So what I forgot to mention is also this, that Google is not funding journalism or media content, but they are mainly funding technological solutions which could solve the crisis of journalism and traditional media. And maybe this is a point on which we can explain how is this connected with the topic of Splichal's book. I believe that we can also in this specific context observe this broader pattern of turn towards the quantification of public opinion and how this extraction of opinion and big data turn and algorithmization of public communication is happening. What we are encountered with, I think that values that are related with publicness or traditional values related to journalistic values are being replaced or at least supplemented by new sets of values, which are on the one hand related with the value of users' agency, such as personal relevance, interests of users, users' engagement, and so on. And they are also being replaced or supplemented by a certain economic reasoning. So with the monetization of content, advertising revenues, and so on, and some completely new sets of values related to reach and data collection. We can also observe that such values such as accessibility or visibility are reduced mainly to their technological reduced to technological meaning of these terms, while a role of journalists is not perceived as the role of, I don't know, watchdogs who are controlling the rulers and so on, but they are mainly reduced to technical workers whose work can be automated or replaced and so on. And of course, what's also important is this omnipresent belief that technological solutions, such as mainly related with personalization, AI, and so on, could solve the ongoing crisis of journalism. But I believe that Boris will talk more about these patterns.
So, yeah, what we first did was to try to identify to what an extent the journalistic values appear in all these projects. So what we did is to take all the text into analysis. We did the lemmatization, the reduction of stop words, the standardization of the text. And what we basically came up with the help of existing research in the field was these 38 words that indicate the presence of journalistic values. Now, 343 projects contain at least one value. That's about roughly half of them. So what we see now that the relevance is the most prominent journalistic value, while on the other hand we have plurality, impartiality, watchdog on the tail of this distribution. But you can also see that a lot of these terms, like, I don't know, truth, veracity, are very similar in meaning, so we wondered how do these terms interact with each other. So we did a network analysis where links between these terms represent the cases of co-occurrence. So the thicker they are, they co-occur more frequently. The next thing what we did is we tried to, with the help of modularity, to try to identify the specific areas that are where the terms are more condensed. So as Professor Coleman would say, try to identify some clusters, and we came up with the three of them. The central one is built around reliability, verifiability, trust, and trustworthiness. And it's actually a result of the problem of disinformation, right? All these values are very strongly present in this project, what indicates that there is a really, that these projects deal with the problem of disinformation. The other, the purple one, is a cluster built up around quality and relevance, independence. So, on the other hand, this would indicate that this indicates a problem of information abundance, right? There's so much information that we have to select the relevant, the information which has some quality, and so on. And the last cluster, you can see it in blue, is this typical watchdog function of journalism, which is not so much present, but still in this project. So then we ask ourselves, okay, but what are the other half of the projects about, right? And we try to cross-examine them by manually coding them according to the categories Jerne was mentioning before me. So until now, we've coded about 1/3 of these projects, 211, and what appear to be the most significant problems these projects are solving are more or less dealing with the money problem. So we see monetization, personal relevance. Of course, raising personal relevance would also raise the readership and the income. Indirectly, then we have journalistic work optimization. So if we cannot raise our revenues, we can maybe decrease our costs. And the first value, or the first problem that has a direct connection with the public sphere is, okay, the fifth one. Okay, technical glitch. Thank you. So the public information access. And the other problems like public legitimation, reflexive publicity, public disinformation are all relatively in the middle, which indicates that these are not really the most, the biggest problem these projects are dealing with. So what are the proposed technological solutions about? Well, actually, these are 3 Ps: personalization, platformization, and production automation. Now, this is still an ongoing research, so you can see that the 5th category, which is unclassified, is still relatively huge. We haven't yet came up with a categorization that would be, I don't know, so good that this category, which is unclassified, would be relatively smaller, but we are still evolving our research. So again, we try to summarize it with a network analysis to see which problems are connected with which type of solutions. And again, we have these 3 clusters. Now, all the problems that these projects are mentioning and are dealing with the public sphere are summarized in this purple cluster. And it seems that the answer to the problem of public sphere is going to be solved by platformization of public communication, which also contains verification and detection mechanisms and some sort of new applications. Now, on the other hand, we have personalization connected to data metrics and artificial intelligence, which is going to solve the problem of selection, right? So news, according to this project, is going to be selected not by editors, but by algorithms on the personal characteristics of users. And the third cluster, the green one, is actually a cluster that deals with automation of production, right? The skillization of journalists. So this is the problems of journalism automation or semi-automation are actually contained in here. So if I can conclude this, beyond this irony of technology solving problems that technology created, as we know that technology can be used in either ways, right? It depends, but this trend towards platformization of public communication and de-skillization of journalists on one hand, and personalization of news consumption leading to fragmentation of the public sphere would be the negative note with which we would like to conclude this. But on a positive note, these are still preliminary conclusions, so things may change in the end, but yeah, I'm not an optimist. So thank you for your attention, and yeah, we're here for any of your questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again. There is a couple of minutes time for quick questions or comments. Again, any immediate ideas, challenges, more optimistic conclusions, guidance for more optimistic conclusions? Not yet. Okay, Risto, please.
Were you surprised?
Risto, wait.
Was there anything surprising in this? I mean, I like the analysis. It's like nicely conceptualized and nicely figured out how to make sense of such a big piece of projects. But did you find something that you didn't expect?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what was to expect, but I was quite surprised by this, I would say, a bit naive belief in the power of personalization and platformization, that actually media should become like platforms in order to survive. So, okay, just personalize content and then establish some kind of user engagement which would be connected with the collection of data. So, okay, that's probably not a surprise, but I was a bit, because this, the commission which decided which project were funded, these were not only Google people, so they were together people from the media and people, representatives of Google. So I was a bit surprised by this naivety, which was maybe also part of a historic period. I think that in 2022 we are not so, I don't know, optimistic in relation to those technologies as the great solution.
That was optimistic.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments right now? If not, we will go forward then. And may I now invite then Professor Tanja Kershevan, who is Assistant Professor and Researcher at the Faculty for Social Sciences. She works as a communication policy researcher and consultant. She has a long and varied career in the communications regulatory authorities on the national and European level. Her presentation title today is New European Media Law and the Strengthening of the Democratic Public Sphere. Please.
Thank you, Hannu. So my background in the regulatory authority, I spent 18 years there. So this impacts a lot my research interests, obviously, and that's why I focus on the new European media law. Lots is happening right now in this level. On this level, there's a whole body of acts being developed or already being adopted in the EU, targeting some current or crucial challenges we have in the media and in this digital mass communication environment. Media policies of the EU have for most decades so far been focused on just television policies or audiovisual policies, and just recently they extended a little bit to some other areas, but still they are marked by a number of old contradictions and also some new ones. Hannu, you touched some of them before in your presentation. But one of these key ones is that this the EU-centered perspective of Europe aiming towards economic integration and common European identity, juxtaposing a strong desire to preserve social and cultural differences between and within the states and language communities. And because of these differences and contradictions, a compromise between harmonization and subsidiarity has to be sought on practically each issue. And media studies have often been critical of EU harmonization efforts in support first of the common television market and lately, as I said, of the digital single market. And among others, this criticism has been directed towards shortcomings of the EU audiovisual framework vis-à-vis small countries, citizens, public interests, and cultural goals. And the unfinished processes of liberalization and harmonization, which are intrinsic to the EU media policies, offer lots of evidence of how difficult it is to integrate economically what is culturally divided. So in the current context where we have this global security, humanitarian and economic crisis, and we also witnessed recently a global health crisis, several countries are considering how to fight disinformation. And this happens while we speak. This is while we are in the context of the emerging transnational media and digital mass communication governance, and we are discussing already the problems of models based on outsourced regulation performed by digital platforms. We at the same time have the situation where states themselves are showing an increased will to power and control over the speech, including by blocking of media and social media and even radical censorship. In a way, we can understand this urge to act promptly on the issues of propaganda, even propaganda of war and disinformation, especially in the war-related circumstances. But given the complexity of each of these areas, I'm not sure about the shortcuts there, as there is not much good practice in this field established so far, especially by taking into account the democratic standards. There are practically no examples of comprehensive, well-tested and functioning policy frameworks that successfully balance national and public security, or the protection from harm with the protection of freedom of expression and freedom of information. Also, our national communication systems as the infrastructure of national publics, previously very centralized and, as we've heard this morning, dominated by the mass media and professional journalism, are becoming increasingly branched and immersed in the globalized communication system. And this system is connecting both individuals, organizations, corporations, and states, which makes it increasingly complex. And on one hand, this has reduced the ability of nation states or of states to substantially control and direct media and communications internally, while on the other hand, international standards do not yet sufficiently address these problems, and there are also serious implementation-related problems. And it's also for these problems, sometimes of a very practical nature, that more and more responsibility, including the responsibilities that would be ideally better placed on independent, at least in theory, democratically governed regulatory structures, more of these responsibilities are being entrusted to private actors, that is, digital platforms. And the difficulties of regulating these mass communications in the current context are very closely linked to the complexity of setting rules and enforcing them on the world stage, where national media policies are often in conflict and laws are not directly enforceable, but also to the lack of understanding of power relations and the governance structures of platform capitalism. The member states and the European Union seek solutions in combinations of public and corporate policies, and while the former are based on public interest objectives adopted in, again, ideally transparent and inclusive processes of democratically elected political state bodies and include safeguards of legal certainty, the latter are less transparent instruments of private platform operators. And this formalization of platforms as governors of online speech in the absence of democratic safeguards strengthens their political power and increases the dependence of the media and governments on digital platforms. To be more specific, just recently, the EU's Digital Services Act entered into force. This is a very comprehensive and important legislation, a kind of general framework on online platform regulation with expected results or effects not only on the digital services under the direct jurisdiction of any of the EU member states, but also with far broader implications because it applies also to providers that do not have an establishment in the EU but offer services here. So the DSA follows the previous adoption of a set of more specific norms, in particular the Copyright Directive, the AVMSD Directive, that is the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, and also the regulation on terrorist content online. And this flow of legislative proposals doesn't stop here. Just recently, in September this year, the European Commission proposed or published the proposal of the European Media Freedom Act, which is a kind of effort of establishing a common framework for media services in the EU internal market. What makes it special and innovative, as it brings to the EU level some fundamental questions related to the media freedom. Because, may I use this water, I guess, because so far the prevailing political and legal interpretations place these issues in the domain of member states, namely the respective constitutional, legal and regulatory provisions at the national level. In the nascent EU framework, each of the laws adopted or proposed foresees an extraterritorial effect. Given the global nature of digital services, the EU, in this way, aims at making sure that providers with some sort of connection with EU member states' jurisdiction comply with the rules. So not necessarily just those that are established in the EU. These new instruments thus introduce a new level of complexity both for regulators who will need to enforce the rules and for platforms that will need to comply with the rules. And this European Media Freedom Act specifically tries to address political interference in editorial decisions and also tackles the issues of the independence and stable funding of public service media, which is a real novelty on the EU scale, as previously public service media were entirely a matter of national policies. And the same is true also for regulation of media ownership in order to safeguard media pluralism, which was always a very contested issue or very always provoked a very heated debate on the EU level when the EU or European Commission wanted to address the media pluralism at the EU level. And beyond these general principles, the European Media Act also includes a series of provisions targeting online services. So on the top of what we already have in the Digital Services Act, we are now getting some upgrade of this regulation, mostly affecting the relations between the media providers, media content providers, and the very large online platforms. And in a nutshell, I would say that for countries such as Slovenia, this act represents both an opportunity, but also a huge challenge, as after decades of neglecting the role of the media regulator, which is often marginalized as a part of the converged regulator covering 4 major areas, starting with telecommunication, then postal services, railway traffic even, and electronic media services as well, which often appear in a very marginalized position and with not enough staff and resources to address the key problems of the current media landscape in Slovenia. And so in this sense, the European Media Freedom Act, if adopted and when adopted, represent a kind of outside incentive towards capacity building or towards increasing capacities of the regulatory authority. But also, on the other hand, the regulator will need to contribute to the collective body of EU member states' media regulators, namely the European Board for Media Services. And this board will be tasked with some important responsibilities. First, providing expert advice on regulatory, technical and practical aspects of media regulation. Then offering opinions on market concentration, which are likely to affect the functioning of the internal market, and coordination of actions targeting media services providers, including from the third countries which are not following EU media standards. So it will be possible to rely on the principles and rules established in the legislation before national courts, and the European Commission will be also able to launch infringement proceeding in case of systemic issues. So there, in a way, we are getting a sort of supranational regulatory authority, in a way, composed of national regulatory bodies, very different in terms of responsibilities, organization, resources, and capacities. And as I already mentioned, in terms of staff, the Slovenian regulator is one of the smallest in the EU. And I'm not mentioning that repeatedly by accident, but because I find it extremely important. Because if the European Commission is proposing this regulatory framework as a means of increasing harmonization, it will for sure need to address somehow these gaps, these differences between the regional media systems in a direct interaction with the Commission. And given the differences in their true or de facto independence from political and commercial interests, and the differences in how they ensure the accountability towards their national publics, this could be also seen as a bypass of democratic institutions of the member states. However, democracy and the rule of law are not necessarily granted at the national level either. We've witnessed that in Slovenia in the last 2 years, as we've seen, with severe effects in the media sphere. And it was precisely Slovenia, together with Hungary and Poland, quoted in the introduction to this proposed European Media Freedom Act as one of the reasons for creating this act, for proposing it. And so far as we know, the Commission never intervened effectively against such government that interfered with media freedom so severely. In the EU, as we know, every member state has its own tradition and legal framework related to media regulation, and until the latest revision of the AVMSD, no European legal instrument stipulated the obligation of member states to set up an independent authority responsible for media services. And despite that, audiovisual regulation has been normally carried out by state-authorized and at least formally independent bodies. And these national bodies are now increasingly expected to enhance their consultation capacity and take on co-regulatory functions in the broader communications environment, requiring also significant coordination within and across regulatory sectors. The regulatory focus has shifted from determining compliance with rules to recognizing a complex, accountability-based relationship between the media and other content providers, digital intermediaries, content provider, civil society organizations and governments, but also end users, and all this happening transnationally. Our previous research in 24 EU member states conducted in 2018 has shown that measures addressing disinformation at that time were still very fragmented, uncoordinated, and most often country-specific, as well as mostly relying on corporations operating the mass communications infrastructure and shifting some of the burdens to the NGOs which conduct awareness-raising campaigns, fact-checking, and media literacy campaigns. Also, neither the existing regulatory mechanisms nor government activities addressed the main causes of the crisis of the news media and the crisis of trust in journalism. So in analyzing this new regulatory framework that has emerged in response to the fragmentation and this ineffectiveness of existing national and supranational policies, it's important to consider solutions that could lead to the strengthening instead of erosion of the public sphere. But first we need to answer the question Hannu highlighted this morning, and that is whether we can imagine global democracy that is based on publicness as a constitutive principle. To be frank, I don't believe my current research, which is still a work in progress, has the capacity to answer this question alone, but hopefully it can still contribute some insights for policymakers, also in the light of what we touched just before the lunch break. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for discussion. I would like to ask then the presenters of this session, if I correct, yes, to maybe come to the podium, please, and so we can establish a panel. And there are two ways to make the panel. I mean, the speakers can comment each other's presentations, if you have any questions to each other, and then of course the audience is free to make any comments and questions to the speakers. Okay, who wants to start? Any questions or any comments? Yeah, Bart, please.
Question for Tanya. To which extent do you think it would be useful to construct or bring to life a European communication regulator? And I mean, you said that there are obviously discrepancies at the kind of member state level, but obviously that's also a result of subsidiarity and the principle of subsidiarity that is central to the European Union. So yeah, how to kind of deal with, on the one hand, this kind of idea of subsidiarity where member states can kind of within certain parameters define their own kind of destiny, and a kind of need for a supranational kind of agency maybe that kind of set these boundaries and rules.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is the core question. I don't think I can answer it yet. The proposal was just presented recently, and it remains to be seen whether it will be adopted as it was in the current design. I can expect even to be maybe watered down during the process of adoption. I can expect some opposition from certain member states because it is quite a novelty, quite an innovative approach, interfering a lot into the current design of media frameworks, national media frameworks, and I'm quite doubtful of the current model of decision making of this board. It's quite tricky. So every country is represented by the media regulatory authority. Each media regulatory authority has one vote, and the decisions are being adopted by 2/3 majority. And it will depend a lot on the resources these media regulatory authorities have, also on the differences between the legal framework of each of the countries, because the current act also only gives a general guidance, general framework. As I said, for some countries such as Slovenia, this is quite beneficial because for years we've been unable to deal with, for instance, media concentration. We were not able to impose the regulatory powers on the media regulatory authorities, because this was always refused. Also, the competition authority didn't want to deal with that issue. And now if we have on the EU level a strict direction that we need to have that addressed in our legislation and that the media regulator has to be involved, that gives us a chance of finally creating this regulation. But then again, you know, the standards will differ because there is no detailed guidance. The standards will differ between the countries, and I'm quite skeptical how these decisions are going to be developed and adopted. And I can imagine that some regulatory authorities with lower resources will be marginalized in these discussions. Maybe they also they won't be able or even willing to contribute, and it might end with the current with the already known practices, when basically the biggest countries shape the European policies in this field. Previously it was on the UK and the discussion between the UK, France and Germany, and now without the UK but still France and Germany, and the others just playing some side roles. So this is something that will need to be addressed during this process, but I still cannot see how. No.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? May I ask Jernej here? I mean, this Jernej there. Yeah. I mean, about this tweeting and Jansa's tweeting. What do you think there should be something to regulate? I mean, should tweeting or social media be regulated in a way that this kind of anti-democratic public sphere, if you like, would be not possible anymore?
Thanks for the question. Well, the reason Janez Janša is tweeting, this is the reason he gives, is that he is not being portrayed objectively by traditional media. So if you go and regulate this type of speech too radically, this could just contribute to what he's saying, basically. But I feel that there are deeper issues now at play than just regulating. I mean, considering that Twitter is owned by one person, the richest person in the world, I think this is becoming ridiculous. And I have no idea how to really resolve this. Christian Fuchs, who spoke earlier, he was proposing also social media that would be basically made by public service media, right? This was actually an idea when all of these types of social media started to develop, but it was actually the European Union that cut it to halt, right? They said, no, this is not your job, right? Your job is to produce the journalistic media and leave this to other actors, and now we have actors that are basically, I mean, I don't think this has much to do with democracy, right? I mean, just take a look at what Musk is doing now with Twitter. Now he's basically banning people that he doesn't like, right? Which is, I mean, this is ridiculous. This is, and he's saying if you pay for the blue tick, your tweets will be shown to everyone. Otherwise, they probably won't, right? So, I mean, this is eradicating all Enlightenment norms. That, I mean, they were eroded already, but I mean, come on, this is basically really feudal system that is being set up, right? So, I mean, yeah, regulation, if you mean expropriation with it as well. I mean, your talk was pretty radical, so I presuppose that you meant expropriation as well.
Okay. Okay. Any other answers here or questions here? Because what I think is that the question what Bart raised here, I mean, what we do in democracies to the enemies. I mean, it is a big issue. I mean, how do we prevent the Weimar Republic situation, actually? And is it by regulation? Is it by not appropriation, not by socializing, whatever? Is democracy strong enough to regulate this kind of situation? And when we are talking now about this new European Media Freedom Act, then, so we are also facing these kind of questions quite much. I mean, how to regulate freedom of speech, whatever we mean by that, in Hungary. Because, I mean, it's the first time European Union does ask for authority or mandate to regulate press media, newspapers, and it hasn't had it until now, and now it does. So, I mean, it is a kind of centralization centralization of freedom of speech regulation here. Anybody wants to comment on this? Bart, please.
Maybe, can I just have a side comment? Maybe just a short observation. What's interesting is that in Slovenia there's something like 10,000, 20,000 Twitter users. So Janša doesn't really have much actual influence on Twitter. So it's actually the traditional media picking up his tweets, broadcasting them, and it was very similar with Trump, right? So he was basically, his goal was to set the public agenda. He was very successful in this. And Yanis Janša is basically doing the same thing, right? He wants to set the public agenda in the wider public sphere, because when it comes to Twitter, I mean, 10,000 users, even for Slovenia, is very a fraction of total population. I think there's probably 1 million or at least 500,000 daily users of Facebook, right, in Slovenia. And when it comes to Twitter, there's daily 5,000. So, sorry, this doesn't have anything to do. But, I mean, is it really so important to cut his freedom of saying stuff that he does to his followers, basically? So this is the question.
Good. It was exactly in line of what I wanted to say. These politicians, in my own work, I call it the politics of provocation and the kind of production of scandals. And like you say, the issue is also, and I think we're kind of learning how to deal with this more 5-6 years later. But they, like you say, they jump on it. The media amplifies it. And that's exactly the kind of liberal elites, as they call it, then start writing opinion pieces of how horrible it is. And so it kind of, so it's kind of a lack of makes this point. If you kind of contest a negative frame, you're also activating it. And so we are playing their game in a way. We are playing their game by engaging and by kind of, because they are pushing buttons in a way.
Yeah.
And we are reacting to that in various ways, the media, opinion makers, etc. So maybe one solution would be indeed not to kind of sense or kind of cut them off, but maybe give them less attention, which is already kind of something that is happening with Trump.
And something similar is happening with Janša, actually. So his tweets aren't broadcast so much anymore because the journalists have figured out that if they're just repeating what he's saying without doing any analysis, they're just setting the framework, which is...
Okay, if I go one step forward, so when we are then in the Hungarian situation, so what can we do then? Because, I mean, it is... Janša is not now here, but he could have been here. You may not have a new legislation on broadcasting. You may have a Janša, there also. So what to do then? I mean, this is the main issue with the European Freedom Act. Please.
Yeah, if I may, and Hungarian regulatory authority is ticking all the boxes that were prescribed on the EU level for the independence of media regulatory authorities. Formally, they are, complying with the rules, but they are not obviously an independent regulatory authority, but still they have all these powers, and they function and they communicate and they cooperate with other regulatory authorities on the EU level as an independent regulatory authority. So this is a controversy. We have all these rules, but at the implementation level, they simply don't function, and we don't have any effective safeguards. So, yeah.
May I involve the other two speakers to this discussion? I mean, did you find any this kind of initiatives in this in the material that you were analyzing here? Any kind of regulatory issues or those?
Yeah, I can connect with the issue of Hungary because I spent a few weeks during the summer in Hungary talking with people who received Google money in Hungary, and it was a really interesting example because if we presuppose critical thinkers, we are often talking from the position as we would be living in an ideal, slightly left, slightly progressive Western European state, where all the problems with Google should be solved by taxations, that Google should give the money to state authorities and without such funding schemes and so on. And if you apply these logics into the case of Hungary, so for example, that we would say, yo, we don't need Google money, we don't need these funding schemes, we just need Google to pay taxes, this money would end in an urban media system. And for example, this is why I think it's important to judge, for example, Google Digital News Initiative in concrete circumstances, because what they were doing in Hungary, they were giving money mainly to oppositional media to find a way to monetize content through the audience engagement, what sounds stupid, but it was good from their perspective, because this was the only possibility, one of the rare possibilities to survive in Hungarian media environment as being independent or oppositional media. That I'm not sure if I answered your question, but that are my thoughts on this topic. Yeah.
So you were saying that in this historical context, if you like, in Hungarian context, this Google initiative was both, beneficial for the freedom of speech in Hungary. At the same time, it was increased the power of the platform. So, in a private. Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah, for example, from the perspective of Hungarian oppositional media, you cannot receive money from advertising because Orban also controls the advertising market, digital market. You cannot get state funding, and the only opposition is to build the connection with your audience, probably with an urban minority living in Budapest, and to try to somehow monetize content. What's basically the idea of many of those projects? So to personalize content and then to invite users that they will be willing to pay something for the media content. So these were many Hungarian projects. Followed that recipe.
Okay. Yeah. Other comments? Ed, please.
I can't believe I'm going to bring this up because it's not really flowing from governments, but I've seen in my country Foundation Pro Publica, I don't know if you know it, they started funding journalists for local newspapers, which are dying out. And that was an interesting model to me. I've seen it in my own city, where they really are funding investigative journalism that is on its deathbed. So I wonder if there are ways for journalists in other parts of the EU, sort of quasi-regulatory end run around some of the problems you were talking about. Could that happen? Could journalists come in from other countries supported by an EU foundation of some sort to sort of counteract the kind of situation you see in Hungary. That might be crazy, but I'm just wondering.
Anybody has a comment or answer here?
That's a great idea, but I'm not sure if something like that exists.
On the EU level, the European Commission started, I think, in 2000 and just two or 3 years ago. They introduced this new practice of subsidizing media initiatives of journalism, or specifically of investigative journalism, and they give some priority to collaborative efforts, journalistic projects, and so on. So this is something that was previously a kind of taboo, you know. It was not allowed for the Commission to fund media, but now, given the current situation, they realize that it's better to put some money here as well. And many media outlets in the EU, especially the small portals, small investigative portals, are living on the subsidies. They are collecting money from different sources, different kind of funding mechanisms, also public money, and that's why also the European Media Freedom Act introduced the idea of regulation of the so-called state advertising. So they are trying to regulate that, because so far the state advertising, including in Slovenia, has been misused in a way that you put that money to the media that are favorable of the regime, and you don't do that for the media that are critical. So a certain regulation is needed there as well.
Thank you. Any other questions, or do we call it a coffee break?
One more question.
Please.
About the Google initiative, and I it's a little bit provocative. I kind of want to get your view on the ethics of this, in terms of not necessarily your project, but the people that take the money. Frame it as a kind of Faustian, and I'm also asking this because one of my colleagues is getting money for a journalism AI project from that fund, and we have had kind of internal discussions about this in terms of do we kind of accept that kind of money for research or not. So I just wanted to kind of get your view on the kind of political dimension, let's say, of funding and taking money from a giant like that. And as you said, in Hungary, they're doing interesting and important things with that money. But maybe in other countries, like your research also shows, it's more about monetization, it's more about kind of basically, yeah.
Please. Any?
Yeah. I mean, in general, I would say, yeah, just take the money. I'm not I'm not so because it's Google is a great funder. All the people who I talked with, they were like, they are even not interested in if those projects were actually conducted. So they are really giving this money away. And then even the reports, and some people wrote in the reports, I conducted an interview with a Hungarian guy, and he said, yeah, I was involved in 4 different projects, Google Digital News Initiative, and none of them exists anymore. So they were all failures. But Google is like, yeah, they are mostly doing this for the, I would say, for this big picture, and they are not considering small projects, what they are doing, if they are reporting this media in favor of Google or against Google. So they are completely, I would say, ignorant to these questions. And it's also interesting that they are strictly separated. So research and development department of Google is strictly separated from this funding scheme. So they cannot use if, for example, certain technology would be developed inside Google Digital News Initiative, it could not be used by Google. They are not doing this for, I don't know, that they would be try to use those technologies in their own development. So I would say that they are quite okay in relation to this question. So if you are taking their money, you would probably, the problem of being biased or that they would try to capture you in any concrete way, it's not a real danger. So yeah.
Yeah. So now you see how relevant our research is, right? It's all about whitewashing. Google doesn't care where the money goes to as long as it goes to. And they don't care if the projects are done or not, but yeah, we are doing some fine research.
What I wanted to add is I heard that question many times, so if it's ethical to receive Google money, but no one asked why Google stopped giving money. They stopped in 2019, they're still giving it, but they are not giving such huge amounts as they did between 2016 and 2019, or projects are a bit different nowadays. And for example, I cannot remember any public debate in relation to, you should continue with that, you are guilty as a platform, this should become a regular scheme, fund media. And it's an interesting question why we are focusing more on this ethical issue of receiving, not on the issue why they should continue giving.
In Croatia, this is considered, for someone to receive Google money, this is considered as one of the highest awards, because this is the most renowned technological company in the world, and they're giving money to us Croats. This is like, wow, you know. So they've just concluded the 6th or 7th round of these funds, so yeah, it was strange.
Okay, I'm not quite sure if this is an optimistic note that we are ending the session, but it is not so, how to say, maybe this dystopian, I don't know, anyhow. Let's have a coffee break now, and we'll come back after 15 minutes. Yeah. It's the following session.
Ja, ampak v bistvu smo zgodni.
So it is the penultimate session we are starting now. The next speaker and the first to speak on this session will be, I think there are two presenters. There is, wait a moment, there is Peter Sekolsa, sorry. Associate Professor at the Faculty of Humanities in Koper and researcher at the Social Communication Research Center at the Faculty of Social Science in Ljubljana. His research focuses on the political economy of communication and theories of the public and public sphere. Today he is going to present us the research he is conducting together with Sasha Slazek-Brek. Cannot be here, sorry, unfortunately today. And the title of the presentation is Datafication of the Public and Digital Advertising in Slovenian News Media. Peter, please.
Hi everybody. Yeah, as you heard, Sasha is unfortunately ill. So we've been talking about politics where the authoritarians are ruling. All the public has its problems, and what is about how is the economy doing. With Tasha, we are researching how the advertising, especially digital advertising, changed during 10-15 years, and how it affects news media. Decades ago, news media was heavily subsidized by advertising. By the rise of the attention economy, the share that goes to advertising and then to media, especially to news media, has dropped significantly. I argue that the world economy is slowing down, even stagnating, both manufacturing and services, analyzed from the long-term perspective. In such circumstances, authors argue, the mid-term solution is to make media a new venue for capital investments and for non-media companies to invest in advertising. The new strategies of capital accumulation are the consequences of saturated markets, high accumulation of capital, falling rates of profits, concentration and high competition. And the question, yes, what happens to news media when they are digitalized and the economy is slowing down? Also, how the strategies of capital accumulation applied affect relationship between capital and labor in media and advertising sector. How the flow of advertising investments in other non-media spaces affect the media sector position in competition for capital investments. And maybe the covering question, how economic performance of news media looks like when advertising does not pay subsidies for the news. First, I will analyze global macroeconomic trends and trends in EU and Slovenia. And second, I will parallel global trends to media and advertising sector in Slovenia. Well, the first thesis is that the structural changes of advertising markets are the consequence of capital investment strategies that try to counteract the tendencies of the over-accumulation of capital, that is, hyperproduction in the economy as a whole. And, well, the companies are expecting that this will stimulate the digital demand. And thesis two, advertising sector is experiencing the rise of ratio between value added of capital and of labor, whereas media sector, especially the news media, are experiencing a decline. The revenues of advertising sector, spurred by investments in advertising, are not flowing into a media sector, especially not to news media. Well, and the result is that the news media, example is the press, are not an attractive venue for capital investments and are on the verge of collapse. Does it work? Oh yeah, here. So, globally, the real GDP growth rate is slowing down. Some are trying to persuade us that it will go up, but for the last 50 years, it's going down. And the value added in manufacturing is falling for about 6% to 3% between 2010 and 2020. EU, the rate of growth of real GDP is falling from 6 in 1975 to 2% in 2019. Slovenia is following the trend with greater volatility. What about the manufacturing and services in Slovenia? Well, in EU and Slovenia, the rate of growth of value added in manufacturing and services is stagnating and falling respectively. The rate of growth of services is falling from 4% to 2% in the last 10 years. And manufacturing stays at around 5%. And the share of employment in services, as a share of total employment in Slovenia, is stagnating, 62% in the last 10 years. Before it was linearly growing. Globally, the output of service sector is slightly growing, but not owing to the rise in productivity, but to employment. There is no overall investment in automation, which results in underemployment, not unemployment. That is, underemployment is employment of poorly qualified labor force. How it looks like in media and advertising sector. Namely, globally, manufacturing is going down, although services, value added. And well, this is also against ideas of automation. Capital is not paying for automation, at least not everywhere, in some sectors, yes, because automation is very expensive. So, after recession in 2008 and in the following years caused a decline in advertising revenue. However, since 2011, the situation has stabilized and advertising spending growth remained on average at roughly 5% per year in current prices. Yeah, this? Oh, like this. Well, it is not growing, but if we consider the following, well, growing, it's like this. If we consider the falling rate of world GDP, then the ratio between advertising spending and the real GDP is at least stagnating, if not growing. Digital advertising is growing, yes, by 12% a year in last 10 years. That is from the last recovery after 2008 crisis until pandemic in 2019. In Europe, having almost 60% of all media advertising. However, this is all media sector, all kinds of media, but the news media, as we will see, are not receiving such a, well, the good proportion, we can say. How is then performance of Slovenian advertising and media sector in value added? Here we see two figures about value added in Slovenian advertising sector and in media sector. This is all media. And by value added of capital, we are talking about surplus labor plus depreciation. while value added of labor are wages, well, actually the costs of labor. Data are for commercial media only, without public service media. And data are from the Statistical Office of the Republic of Slovenia. There were some problems with the data. We tried to compare different sources. Some data were missing, but well, there were some differences, about 10% and so on. But the trends are quite obvious in both sectors and so on. In the medium term, value added of capital, that means there's gross surplus labor compared to value added of labor. The costs of labor is higher in advertising sector than in media sector. We are talking about the ratio. In advertising it is 1.1 and in media sector 0.83. The difference is 25%. Almost 2 decades, the media have been heavily competing for digital advertising revenue on the net, and the trend is following the trend in advertising, but the discrepancy remains. We see for advertising and Slovenian media sector. Well, the value added, well, the surplus labor, gross surplus labor, went up after the crisis. But the costs of labor are much higher. And now, how the newspapers are performing. Completely, well, different picture. The results of strategies to heighten the revenues in news media, example, or the newspapers, are not following the rise of revenues in media sector in general and in advertising. The newspapers have succeeded to heighten the ratio between value added of capital and labor. So, 2, the proportion for surplus labor is better, but still everything is made by lowering employment. So, when we put some numbers together, and we will speak about output, productivity, and employment from, oh, there's a mistake, 2010 to 2019. The rate of growth of output, this is the formula, equals to the rate of growth of productivity and the rate of growth of employment, which is true by definition. Well, the change in output is equals to change in productivity and employment. So, we see media sector, output slightly dropped, employment slightly went up, productivity dropped for 8%. These are minor changes, comparing to advertising sector where the output has increased by 25% and the employment by 33%. Advertisers perform well in comparison to media, whereas the biggest losses are the news media, especially newspapers. We see for newspapers. They have heightened the ratio between value added capital and value added of labor by rationalization of workforce, well, less employment. The real wages have slightly fallen, whereas the real output has drastically fallen, minus 46%. Value added of capital has almost stagnated from 2014 onwards, whereas in media sector in general, it has increased sharply, if you remember the slide before. In general, productivity in media sector has decreased, whereas the data show that in the eyebrow newspapers, legacy newspapers, the productivity has declined even more, by 11%. Decline in productivity is a sign of rising quality, especially so because employment has shrinked less than output. Namely, in sectors that require creative work, productivity cannot be simply heightened by the investment of capital into new technology, whereas relative increase in employment in comparison to output leads to the increase in quality, according to Baumol cost-disease prognosis. However, this is theory. In practice, we can only say that newspapers are struggling to preserve the quality of editorial content in comparison to various news portals. For example, we can later discuss some examples how the media managers said are trying to preserve the quality against the falling employment and so on. They are also literally refuting some of the advertising money. For example, when the advertisements are how to say, not ethical and so on. And it goes like, well, let's see about the investments. Namely, what is going on? Investments, well, in software. Software is an example. Well, falling productivity would be a sign of attempts to increase the quality of newspapers of the news. If you know that productivity can rise mainly by innovations in digital distribution, and that digital editions contribute only a small share of revenues, newspapers are practically not investing in ICT in comparison to advertising sector, though some are participating on various advertising space selling platforms. For example, newspapers and magazines are not fond to adapt their inventories of readers' data according to digital formats that would enable effective targeting of audiences. Programmatic advertising is expected to perform poorly in comparison to investments that should be made to adapt data gathering techniques. So there is no profit in programmatic advertising for newspapers. For illustration, the rate of investment in newspapers to acquire new software have been falling in the last 10 years. Advertising agencies have been heavily investing in software since 2015, when they have fully recovered from the last recession in 2008. Well, the advertising agencies are the red line and the newspapers the blue one. To heighten productivity, the innovations of technology is required. Rising productivity in media is economically efficient only if the market of audiences and content is expanded and new products are introduced. However, there is no room for expansion in Slovenia, say media managers. For them, some opportunities exist in introduction of new services at the intra-industrial market. How to conclude this? Well, whereas macroeconomic trends show slowing of the value added in service sector, the advertising sector is experiencing a growth of value added, at least in Slovenia. Probably in EU and globally too. We have to check it with the same data that are available from the EU Statistical Office. Until the next recession, we can expect the stagnating economy really trying to invest more in advertising. When this is happening when the economy is stagnating. And when the recession strikes, even advertising stops. Advertising sector is investing much more in automation, in digital and programmatic advertising than newspapers and the media in general do, the data show. Automation is expensive. It requires high investment, which advertising can cover, advertising agencies, whereas the news media lack resources. Besides, automation of advertising space selling could be inefficient for high-quality news media. I would say that more than automation, we can expect relative underemployment in the media sector in general. That is the rise of fully qualified labor force. Advertising has enabled the mass media press and is in a great deal to blame for falling revenues of news media today. If they could acquire hybrid advertising techniques, like the native advertising, clickbait content, and so on, even on bigger scale, losses would be even higher, say media managers. Well, while advertising is growing, it is not paying for the news anymore. The advertising digital oligarchy, we were discussing Google before, of corporate social media platforms and advertising programmatic platforms are undermining the news media as the infrastructure of public communication, giving impetus for news media to expand the portfolio of their non-media products and services. That, they say, would be a solution. For example, the news media are searching for business opportunities in the meeting industry. That is, they are organizing conferences. They start their own advertising agencies and so on. Well, service dominant logic, as it is called, is stepping in the forefront of various competitive strategies the news media have applied. To see the situation from the macroeconomic perspective, well, the strategy of capitalization of advertising is gross macro view. If we apply, not working. Well, the GDP rate is still falling, and this is the real GDP. Well, it is not working for media. Well, or to be more precise, it is slightly working for tabloid media, and, well, as I said, not for the economy as a whole. It is working for digital advertising. Now we can pose a question, what to do systemically, how can the news media be preserved and financed? For example, the media managers say because of the prices of paper, they are on the verge of collapse and that they have 1 year maximum, and they will have to end publishing newspapers. Well, yes, some tax, there are some negotiation to that the Google will pay some taxes, but the question remains. So the question is for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. The next presentation, I have been advised to announce Jan Kostanjevits. Jan is a PhD student in journalism studies at the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Ljubljana, and a research assistant at the Social Communication Research Center. His research interests include journalism studies, philosophy of science, and mathematics. He's currently working on a thesis about software engineering in news organizations, and the title of his presentation today is Software Development and Quantification of Public Opinion. Please, Jan.
Okay, so I will talk about Carnap to a room of critical theorists. It almost sounds like a start of a joke, but I swear I'm serious. So my main aim today is to present a framework for thinking about a family of phenomena related to quantification that extends other formalisms and scaffoldings beyond just numbers. I will call it explication after the philosopher Rudolf Carnap, whose model I adapted from. At first I thought I would need to use examples from software development to demarcate this concept, but it might turn out not to be necessary. Note, however, that the more complex the explication, the more likely it is that it will consist of software. I will first explain explication how Carnap conceived of it, then I will adapt it for our purposes. I will introduce two types of ambiguities, the discovery of which I credit to Slavko's book, which inspired this section, that are found on each side of the explication process. At last, I will try to give some examples of explication, how they relate to these ambiguities. The first one will be related to the concept of elections, and the second one related to the concept of market. I will conclude with some remarks about how this is related to themes from Splichal's book, hopefully in an inspiring manner. So, what is explication? Carnap gives this general description in Naming and Necessity, saying it is the task of making more exact a vague or not quite exact concept used in everyday life or in earlier stages of scientific or logical development, or rather of replacing it by a newly constructed, more exact concept. This belongs to the most important logical analysis and construction tasks. We call this task explication or giving an explication of an earlier concept. So for Carnap, this is a relative concept constructed in the direction of greater exactitude, and it is noteworthy that for him exactness here is relatively opposed to everyday life. But let's also add that explication, in a way discussed here by me, is different in tone to the concept of perhaps more famous epistemological break, because it is a more everyday process and can often fail. Epistemological breaks are usually awarded to successful shifts in science, kind of like Oscars for science. Anyway, a more detailed account of explication is given in the second paragraph by Carnap in his book about the foundations of probability. So by explication, he means a transformation of an inexact pre-scientific concept into an exact concept. But it must fulfill the requirements of similarity, exactness, fruitfulness, and simplicity. But to avoid jargon, let's say we explicate from a source concept into a target concept. And important parts of this process are thinking about kinds of concepts we're using, like comparative, classificatory, or quantitative concepts. The axiomatic method he uses poses a distinction between two phases, formalization and interpretation, and this is especially emphasized here. The main ingredients are as follows. First we have to make a clarification of the concept, which is an informal kind of way of thinking about the concept. Carnap says it's although the concept cannot be given in exact terms, it should be made as clear as possible by an informal explanation and examples. In this preliminary phase, we try to agree as precisely as possible on what some vague concept that we want to explicate means. This then finds an appropriate formalization and interpretation that together produce an explicated concept. As an example of the kind of problem Carnap has in mind, maybe it's just best to think of his main problem, which is the interpretation of mathematical probability theory. The formalization there was already given, but even today different explications remain because the formalism allows for different interpretations such as subjective Bayesian, objective Popperian, or experimental statistical counting cases. Another example Carnap gives is the concept of warmth, which through history moved from an intuitive concept to the modern physical concept of temperature. In any case, the explication, once the explication is finished, we should assess it with some criteria, and Carnap provides similarity, exactness, fruitfulness, and simplicity. Immediately, we should, however, give up on simplicity because it's not about really replacing the concept one for one, because we have to also make it better. So simplicity is kind of a vague criteria here. For me, it's a question of how successful an explication is, and it may replace it in like scientific use and so on. So he gives an example of fish. Whales are not fish in the current scientific explication, but used to be, so you get the idea. So it's not about linguistic replacement. The second one is fruitfulness, which Carnap characterizes by the quality of connections with other concepts based on observed laws. Simplicity divides in two, which is the simplicity of definition and the simplicity of the connection it allows. But also, simplicity is not a main criteria because complicated concepts can also be useful. So to recap, explication is a task guided by values of fruitfulness, similarity, exactness, and simplicity, determined by purpose to advance science, but it consists of giving a formalism and interpretation to relate the original explicated concept to satisfy these values as much as possible. So in order to adapt this concept, I noticed the similarity between explication and certain aspects of engineering, which seem too striking not to mention. And maybe that's not a coincidence, as Richard Jeffries supposedly said that what Carnap was doing was not seen as philosophy by most of the faculty, but was regarded as a kind of engineering already. So here we will attempt to say that engineers are and designers are already engaged in a kind of Carnapian philosophy. So the pivot of this adaptation rests on the notion of formalism, and on the one hand, so we generalize it beyond quantification as well as beyond science into all areas where concepts are being made more precise with the help of such formalisms. And as a philosopher of formal languages, Dutlich Novaes explains, formalisms are mathematical objects, meaning they allow for greater precision and technical complexity in investigations. They are also cognitive artifacts, tools for thought. They are both expressive as well as calculative devices. She notes two important ways in which formal languages are formal, what it means to be a formal language. In particular, they're formal as desementification that requires resementification. This means that formalisms abstract from all meaning whatsoever, and this corresponds to the need to provide interpretations to our formalizations. A crucial property for such formalism is that they enable machine-like rule following, and for this adaptation it is noteworthy that there might be some advantages to programming languages taking the place of formalism in explication. As computer scientist Kenneth Iverson notes, and sounds exactly like Dutil Novaes. Programming languages, because they are designed for the purpose of directing computers, offer important advantages as tools of thought. Not only are they universal, but they are also executable and unambiguous. More about this unambiguity later. Executability means it is possible to use computers to perform extensive experiments on ideas expressed in such a language. So modern computers and their software are very close to the formalism which undergird explication, as previously described. They are a kind of structured scaffolds which are systematically ordered objects and served as a kind of real formalism for our explications. So, in extending the concept in this way, we can say that explication is a task guided by a set of values determined by a purpose that consists of supplying a structured scaffold to an interpretation that relates the original explicated concept and satisfies the values mentioned as much as possible. We can give this place to machines despite their not meeting the high standards of being mathematical objects. Remember that Carnap's notion was never absolute. It just tends to transform concepts in a direction, which is the direction of more exact and more rigorous concepts. So where is explication in engineering? It is exactly in the not so exact processes of transforming vague ideas of a client to the detailed specifications of the engineer. We find this in all engineering and some design practices, from mechanical to software engineering. However, not under the same explication, but in the process like, not under the name explication, but under processes like requirements engineering and specification construction. This can be a much more complicated process than a simple one-to-one mapping. And I think we can learn a lot from it. So, for example, requirements elicitations are a method where we kind of use dialogue techniques to get this kind of specifications. The specification itself has to provide a formalism to describe the system we're building. And there's also a vast range of functional and non-functional requirements, from usability, efficiency, safety, which play a role in the role of values used in explication. So even if we lose something when we turn explication into a kind of machine formalism, I think it's still conceptually interesting and remains, the interesting part of the transformation remains the same. Despite this, we should keep in mind that the aim of the engineer is not the same as scientific description. It's constructing like a system for whatever goal his client has. But I think this kind of duality should be exploited for theoretical insight. So, to recap the difference between quantification and explication, explication goes beyond quantification because the formalisms it relies on are not necessarily numeric. The scaffolding for explication may be more or less formal and may include different formalisms than quantities. The formal language in the case of software engineering would of course be a programming language, but we will show some other social phenomena that are rightfully called explications but are neither quantifications nor software necessarily. So these are the two types of ambiguity I was talking about. If we imagine the process as a kind of movement or an arrow from a source domain to a target domain, we can point out that these two domains generate two distinct types of ambiguity. They're closely related to explication being a kind of force against ambiguity itself. The first type of ambiguity in the source domain is often the reason and provides occasion to even attempt an explication. Often we need to make a vaguer term precise and especially if we wish to translate into a software or a software system. The reason for this ambiguity may stem from semantic overload, vagueness, conflictual nature of certain notions, or they are inherited by tradition, or maybe even exist within imaginaries. The second type of ambiguity at the target domain happens despite the fact that both Carnap and Iverson assumed exactness is a cure for ambiguity. What can happen is that maybe too much original meaning has been cut off, and this situation is then a ground for a type of critique we often find in studies of quantification, such as critique of IQ, citation metrics, and so on. Yeah, it is worth noting that their critique goes in the other direction. So modernist logical positivists, usually on the target side, critique the concepts like essence, philosophy, natural meaning, tradition, while critical theory often critiques the instrumental reason of quantification and so on. However, in the target domain, we can also get a certain excess of expressivity, where formalization demands further determinations of the concepts that we might not have thought of before attempting the explication. And perhaps these are the most interesting ones to me. But of course, both types of meaning loss or meaning problems at the second part can be harmful and worthy of critique. So the examples I try to give here starts with voting, and they should flesh out in the abstract what I try to explain. They should flesh out more concretely what I try to explain now. But unfortunately, I couldn't find perfect examples. So starting with voting, if we imagine that we held an election where we decided for a proportional method of awarding 5 available mandates, and 3 lists that competed got 500, 300, and 200 votes each. We would say that out of 1,000 votes cast for 5 seats, each seat would require 200 votes proportionally, but this would mean the first and the second list tied with 100 votes left over each. One way to solve this is by lottery, and this happens a lot, even in Slovenia, if we look at elections. But historically, many countries, including Slovenia, decided for a different explication of proportionality, one that would not see this result as a tie. So this is the D'Hondt's remainder method. So as we've seen, exact proportionality is often not possible because these divisions produce fractional numbers of seats, but this remainder method for counting votes that also functions like a precisization of proportional counting methods. It works like this. So after votes have been tallied, successful quotients are calculated for each party. The party with the largest quotient wins 1 seat, and its quotient is recalculated. This is repeated until the required number of seats is filled. The special property of this method is that it minimizes the numbers of votes that need to be left aside so that the remaining votes are represented exactly proportionally. Apparently, we also find that the D'Hondt's method slightly favors large parties and coalitions over scattered small parties. This example shows that within very similar quantifications, important differences can occur. And it's not clear which is the better or the more correct explication of what it means to vote. Even to make things worse, Condorcet showed that we can also have, Condorcet method shows that we can also have like lists of votes where negative preferences are also represented, and this creates even more problems for counting, and even less, we get even less intuition for what it means to explicate what it means to be a real vote. But there's also non-quantifiable problems with voting, such as the Florida US presidential election ballot, which was so badly designed that people would want to vote for like second candidate on the left, but would accidentally vote for the first one on the right. So next I wanted to talk about markets, which is the same kind of idea goes on. Some economists, Thornton, looked at different types of auctions and realized that there is no real intuition behind what it means for something to be a market. And this was largely neglected in the history of political economy, but has also become like a major branch recently in market design, behavioral economics. And this is where both internet spectrums are sold, as well as Google ads are sold in specific auctions made by this kind of menus, where you can tailor-make your own market in order to get the most advantage you want. So like FCC as a state actor would try to make an auction in such a way that the parties competing for the spectrum would give the most money to the FCC. However, recently they seem to be very nice to tech giants. So what I wanted to conclude with was that this kind of experimental ways of designing and thinking about concepts of important social phenomena I find very welcoming, and I think that the Varmil section of Slavko's book offers a kind of clarification of the concept, but what I try to show is that the annoying details that can also come with actually trying to provide a real interpretation and the accompanying formalizations that need to be chosen, and that sometimes intuitions are not enough. But the concept of imaginaries we heard today, I think, is very inspiring in this direction. So how can we make a normative force out of a kind of this vague concept space that we need in order to construct such experiments? That's it.
Oops. Thank you very much, Jan. Now we have the final paper for this session, which is by Nina Svar. Is Nina already here? Very good. Nina is a teaching assistant at the Department for Sociology at the Faculty of Arts and a researcher at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering at the University of Ljubljana. The other author, Jure Trilar, is a researcher and project developer working at the Laboratory for Telecommunications and Multimedia at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering. Today, the paper will be a collaborative work in progress titled Proposal for an Epistemic Artificial Intelligence Public Use Model. Please.
Thank you very much for invitation to this wonderful conference. So, as it has been said, today's title of our presentation, a work in progress, is Interdisciplinary Epistemic Model of the Artificial Intelligence Use Model from Datafication to a much needed critical AI discourse. If via datafication human life became susceptible to being processed via forms of analysis that could be automated on a large scale, This urges us to analyze social processes that drive datafication as well as technology behind it. Because artificial intelligence, besides machine learning, plays an important role in datafication, this presentation will in particular pay attention to social, cultural, and political contexts of the AI use. Following the review of existing literature on the use of AI, it can be seen that the research agenda is still largely set through posing questions based in the AI technologies per se, rather being a cultural and socio-political phenomenon, which is discursively intertwined with certain assumptions, hopes, beliefs, and ideologies, which has already been said today in regard to other topics. In this manner, the aim of our research is the following. First, provision of the existing state of art analysis on the AI's definitions, use cases, and challenges, especially in regard to policy level. Second, demonstration of the relation between datafication and AI in connection to social, cultural, and political contexts of the AI's use, in particular in regard to the public sphere. Third, formation of the interdisciplinary epistemic model of the AI's use model, which will underline the central line of this contribution. The technology is underlyingly political, recognizing the need for taking into account the problem of agency, as well as the structurally defined character of humans as well as machines. So despite the growing importance of the uptake of digital technologies, there seems to be a lack of, as it has already been said, interdisciplinary research conducted on this matter, in particular in regard to social use of the AI. As AI defined by the OECD is, quoting, a machine-based system that is capable of influencing the environment by producing an output for a given set of objectives by using machine and human-based data and inputs to first perceive real and or virtual environments. Second, abstract these perceptions into models through analysis in an automated manner. And third, use model of interference to formulate options for outcomes via varying levels of autonomy, affecting different social systems. Obviously, an interdisciplinary approach is suggested. Nor just to better understand AI systems' entanglement in patterns of power and political, economic, and social structures and conditions, but to be able to address AI as a political and socio-historical phenomenon, which has until now been in majority a matter of the private sector, underlining its uptake by the capitalist production. AI, as any other technology, is obviously inseparably tied to social circumstances and political economy. However, with its emergence, the question we ought to pose is what kind of relation this technology forms with the capitalist mode of production as the predominant one. In their analysis on AI within capitalism, Inkster and Moore are providing two ideas regarding the potential use of technical and machinic intelligence in relation to historical development, understood as division of labor and the stage of development of productive forces. And the first is utopian, obviously, leading to a different non-capitalist society, whereas the other is dystopian, characterized by the age of cybernetics and total digital control. So, translating this old argument into the study of AI, we encounter the classical dilemma. Will machines overtake humans' jobs and live human-like lives, or we will become redundant even at the level of annihilation of the human species? But this is not the only narrative that has been circling around. Zlinska is, for instance, pointing out public's fascination with what AI can do and create, but also does not forget to mention about specific dominant forms of the AI's aesthetics, implying the legitimization of the platform capitalism through, for instance, generative adversarial networks, discussing to what extent AI is mobilized to enact and enforce this particular political formation. So to critically think about AI is to think what human intelligence is, or in more radical terms, it is to think what actually constitutes human, both as a species and as a historical subject, to refer to Zlinska. In these terms, AI gains the status of an epistemic interface, via which entanglement of human with technologies opens up, demonstrating how technologies and machines are incorporated into the society on one hand, whereas on the other hand, how the conjunction between human and technologies is forged. So to speak, these two levels come in particular to light when addressing the social status of algorithms and consequently AI, or to quote Professor Splichal. These algorithms and data mining and big data analytics can significantly affect people's participation in digital communication networks and online activities. By the way these are done, and their consequences are beyond the user's knowledge and understanding. Continuous automated recognition, extraction, summarization, simulation, prediction, and stimulation of people's opinions, behavioral patterns, and advocacies, or major issues to raise, is certainly very effective for adapting the content supply to the interests and needs of the users and for manipulating them, end of quote. This autonomous status of automation opens up questions of power relations, in particular of homogenization, standardization, and objectification, already predicted by Adorno and Horkheimer within the so-called cultural industries, albeit within digital society, manifesting themselves a little bit differently, by unique modes of individualization, decentralization, and dispersion of labor, and specific aestheticized digital regime of truth, of digital mediation, problematizing contemporary conditions of public sphere. In this manner, to refer to Professor Splichal, digitalization has brought profound changes, particularly in regard to liquefaction of the public-private dichotomy, urging us to rethink the status of public sphere, especially when it comes to processes of datafication, where AI is obviously playing a central role. So, my colleague Jure?
Thank you, Nina. I just came from a digitalization conference that was held in church. So on a symbolic level, it is symbolizing where are our aspirations or our belief in all kinds of technological progress in the future. So we will discuss further our, let's say, domain of interest, that is the public sphere, and especially the public, in regards to AI as a pinnacle of technological progress at this time. So the traditional broadcasting media have, in Habermas and structural pragmatism, have had a special historical role to which all individuals who together make up the public have unrestricted access. The political sphere, in the light of pragmatic conception of the public, was not considered part of the public when citizens were dealing with political issues or holders of state authority, despite the fact that it was usually the custodian of this public sphere, with media, antitrust legislation, frequency spectrum, concessions, and so on. Thus, the state, the sovereignty, in its legislative, monitoring, and governing function, defined the mass media public discourse outer bounds. With the introduction of the emerging digital technologies into media landscapes, either as a supplement or a substitution to public discourse milieu, this reached outside of established media environment. As opposed to this traditional one-to-many structure, which allows only a few users, various elites, the traditional media to broadcast to the general public, the transition to social media and new media is characterized by many-to-many communication structures. These many-to-many structures enables individual coordination and allows messages or content sent via such platform to go as viral, that is to spread horizontally across networks, almost in real time. Social media has changed the way we communicate, interact, consume information and news, including political information. In technical jargon, social media refers to a collection of interactive Web 2.0 applications that allow for the creation and distribution of user-generated content. And these new features highlight what makes social media such a powerful political tool, both within and outside of institutional and boundaries, and attesting to changes in private-public division. And as Professor Splichal reminds us, publicness and privateness are directly linked together inside a single technological platform. In this sense, the hastening pace of digitalization, dataization of public sphere in terms of sheer scale, heterogeneous modalities, time-space acceleration is overwhelming for humans involved and can be in totality managed only by automated processing approaches supported with AI. And from a normative point of view, the distinction between the citizens and consumers' attitudes in the context of AI systems is also important here, as the public is an important stakeholder in reshaping the future of these technologies and should have a voice in policy debates. Researchers and ethical principles on ethical principles in the use of AI systems are mostly concerned with addressing the impact of technology companies, governments, academic institutions, as to building an ideal ethical model where the public good is protected by respecting human rights and privacy, but yet with often limited public input. And some authors propose co-creative approaches to design the normative, ethical, as well as the technical and the user aspects of the AI systems. Inclusion of the public and the stakeholder-supported algorithmic co-design and oversight brings new frontiers in regulation due to asymmetric capacities between private and public in terms of competences, skills, funds, and of course the possession of the actual technology. As Bouzouak points out, the traditional information asymmetry is a characteristic as of any superiority supervisory system became compounded in the case of AI not only due to the speed of technological pace, but also by the virtue of the opaqueness and technical complexity of models driving current innovation and current application in high-stakes social domain. That means also public sphere is one of the high-risk domains that are addressed by AI systems. And when talking about the transparency and the opaqueness of the AI results of the models, in contrast to the readable, somewhat more transparent traditional computer algorithms, is enhanced by machine self-learning approaches that represent an iterating state, making it difficult to investigate system behaviors, biases, and systematic errors. And thus, the legal standards to be implemented have to be robust enough to enable measure of meaningful interpretation of the AI system outputs. So in that sense, the first call, don't regulate algorithms, regulate use, is one of the specific approaches led by the European Commission and regulatory and support bodies to sort of constitute this legislation in the following months or years. So, proposition to AI governance structures, normatives, and legislation such as the European Digital Rulebook, specifically EU Artificial Intelligence Act under preparation, includes efforts to establish cooperation within EU and national competent bodies and supporting mechanisms on EU level for technical assessments, as well as interpretation of EU regulation, especially aiming at high-risk system, thus public sphere, that is relevant to civil and national security authorities. And we recognize some shortcomings in this public domain AI regulation. Apart from the struggles for advocacy of accountability in the chain of stakeholders, which may be AI owners, operators, infrastructure processors, multiple infrastructure processors, monitoring parties, and so on, there is a great need to amplify these efforts in relation to AI systems public oversight from outside of the state authority and avoid industry self-regulation and self-assessment. This would contribute to critical stance to AI, in particular its ethics as a public good model that we aim to develop and update eventually. where there are a few examples of the use of AI systems in the public domain that are made possible by the ever-increasing pace of digitalization, dataization, and automation of activities in the public civil sphere, which can be, according to OSCE representative on freedom of the media, classified as a high-risk domain in terms of perceived threat to number of people affected via public opinion manipulation, data privacy breaches, malevolent government surveillance, and so on. So the first one, let's say, group of use cases, or would be AI systems for content creation and interaction. Well, during the last 2 years, the use of AI-supported GPT generative pre-trained transformer models, I think it's 3, I think the latest generation is number 5, and other machine learning techniques, text content creation tools have become widespread due to the use of and synthetic results that are almost indistinguishable from the text created by humans. Taking into account the size and velocity of this data and content in the digital public sphere, the use of AI-supported content and interaction creation platforms establishes unmatched capacities to spread misinformation and contribute to public segmentation of the publics, create information bubbles, isolate through individual personalized content, and reinforce behaviors for directly or indirectly monetizing user activities. The use of artificial intelligence contributes to the increase in profits of companies that use marketing through such social media platforms based on artificial intelligence techniques. And the use of such technological advancements forms a distinct landscape in the public sphere. To amend to that, some words about AI systems for public opinion and analysis and monitoring. As AI-based solutions, decision support systems signify the shift from the, let's say, parametric statistics of generalization, statistical inference, to building AI models, distinct for their specificity and prescriptivity potential. In addition, AI methods are especially efficient for natural language processing and within opinion mining discipline. AI-generated analysis is frequently used to identify sentiment and context of user-generated online content, and millions of comments and responses expressed in various blogs and microblogs, such as Twitter, Mastodon, and so on, forums, social media and social networks, sites, virtual worlds, so-called metaverses, can be analyzed to answer many new and exciting social, geopolitical, and business-related research questions. Along with the relevant business-driven efficiency of AI-supported analysis and monitoring solutions, we can observe examples of use cases and pilots of government usage to detect needs for government service allocation, whether it be budget or actual government-related services. But these capabilities employed by governments can also lead to undesired outcomes for the civil society. For example, detecting unfavorable public discourse, and the AI systems, in effect, in certain countries in the world already implement deeply integrated algorithmic citizen accountability in digital platforms. So often we observe the notion that describes the, let's say, the internet, the virtual public space, as universally accessible and inclusive, but not to mention the obvious challenges in terms of providing infrastructure in remote rural areas, costs and access to ICT equipment, structural lack of digital skills and competence, and accessibility to individuals with cognitive and sensory impairments as a result of aging or disability. Despite that, with increasing data generation, let's say user content generation or machine-to-machine data and traffic, the need for provision of ICT infrastructure within 7 layers of the OSI model will become ever more evident. And to that end, the question whether these AI-managed infrastructures will be optimized for economic efficiency, business goals, effectiveness, or social inclusion and social cohesion is relevant. At this point, my colleague will conclude.
So just to conclude our presentation, as digitalization obviously has an immense impact on society, and because distribution of digital technologies, as Jure has already pointed out, has obviously never been equal, therefore being connected to a pattern of inequality, to refer to Rosa, a critical approach is crucial. So by aspiring to develop this model on AI, we want to underscore the relation to, obviously, a public sphere, and we want to obviously underline and engage ourselves in fostering critical reflection of the relation between technology and obviously also contemporary capitalist social formation. This would be our final thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask again all the speakers to take a seat here in the podium. And now we have about 10 minutes or something for discussion here. And I ask also the speakers think of questions to each other. I mean, if you have what kind of questions or comments you had when you listened to each other's presentations, or did you actually listen? But I mean, because I mean there were some relations, there were some connections that might be useful also to deploy here. While you are thinking if this is possible, so the audience, please. Risto, please.
Okay, about the last paper, now that you've thought about this a lot, and I assume you've also scanned a lot of initiatives of how to make algorithms more accountable. Could you cite us a couple of sort of most interesting best practice kind of context where the idea that we should be thinking about how algorithms and AI function in particular kinds of context, and that the context should then kind of determine the accountabilities. So can you give us an example of somewhere where there would be like innovative ideas of how to move beyond the idea like, okay, let's make algorithms transparent, which I think is a little bit like trying to regulate with past conceptual frameworks. So something that would give us hope that this is actually possible.
Thank you for this excellent question.
Yes, it works.
Okay, it works. So yes, in terms of let's say AI ethics and also legislation frameworks, there are quite some efforts being done on that domain, on that. But I think the end result will be the, let's say, from the EU perspective level, the legislation that is currently being built by the member states. I think it should be out about in a year or so. And there are a few approaches because this is very diverse, let's say, spectrum of approaches. Because as I was, let's say, observing this field, they started with, let's say, let's regulate the algorithms from the beginning. So what does this, let's say, code do, and what is the possible effect of it, and so on. But due to very diverse use cases, very diverse methods, and of course, let's say more or less private, let's say, sorry? private interest, it has moved more to the, let's say, output side to regulate the results or the effects of this. But unfortunately, the effects can only be detected when something goes wrong. That is a deficiency in that matter, but in that term, it does remove the transparency issues in sort of way, because it's practically impossible to regulate this, let's say, algorithmic and all the iterating states in between the, let's say, neural networks and so on, because it's even if it's sort of well, not pulling parallels, but it's sort of like quantum physics. When you observe it, it's already something else. So that's one of the main issues. But I mean, from my perspective, since there are a lot of frameworks on, let's say, more on theoretical level, but to get to the policy level, there's a lot of cogs have to be turned, a lot of political interest behind it. It's moving towards something that will take shape. I mean, it is concerned that it will be something that will be quite useful for the private sector in terms of not really amending to all the aspects that need to be considered, but eventually I think it should be, or it will be updated that, let's say, more public oversight over this will be added eventually, hopefully. So, I mean, we're not talking about that AI is, let's say, the end of civilization, end of technology. It's just a tool that humanity will use to make some things more efficient in that terms. Until AI starts to compete for our resources, of course. That's.
Thank you.
I hope I answered your question in some degree.
I'm kind of hoping for an example of.
Oh, well, I mean, there's not.
I know it's an unvisible question.
Yes, I'm sorry. I cannot not think of efficient example that would demonstrate something that it could be of use to, because there's a lot of efforts, but it's more on theoretical level or more of the, let's say. So.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? I will now then ask Peter, do you have anything, have you formulated any question to other people in the panel?
Oh, yeah, I can if there is nobody else to ask. I was speaking about, well, algorithms are part of automation. What we have seen, I mean, also others that are quite critical about the automation is that automation is quite expensive, and when the economy is stagnating. For example, we see in media sector, which is usually counted in service sector, not manufacturing and not the service sector is experiencing the rise of automation because it is so expensive and nobody wants to pay for it, except some sectors, for example, advertising. And now even big platforms like Facebook and Google are experiencing a decline in revenue. So we are quite afraid of algorithms, or that malicious market algorithms, but do they have the future, or maybe they will, I don't know, not retreat, but kind of slow down?
Yeah. I can comment on this. I mean, I don't think that algorithms are such, let's say, the AI techniques, models, and methodology and so on are in decline because, I mean, this is something that's been going on for a long time. You don't need, let's say, special hardware at your home or your organization to do AI. You just need the credit card, actually. And, but it has become very convenient for individuals, any individuals, to reap some of this AI progress, especially in the text generative algorithms known as GPT-3, 4, and 5. under the umbrella of the OpenAI because it's public accessible and it's available. Of course, after some time you do have to pay small amounts for the processing power, but the results are quite astonishing from the individual's perspective. But this is something that generates content. It can, I don't know, explain quantum theory in pirate's voice or something like that. I mean, from the point of view of the, let's say, content creation, there was quite a lot of progress, and it can also, beside the text, also can do the photos. It can generate photos based on descriptions. It can also now it can also do videos based on descriptions. Whatever the text you input, it will generate some imaging. But this is sort of non-critical systems. It's not connected to decisions other than, let's say, content creation, which is somewhat vital for the service industry, actually. So we do have quite a lot of tools, and I'd say for the translations, it's astonishing progress. What can you do when inputting Slovenian and what you get back today than it was, I don't know, 3 years ago. But that's just some very plastic examples. In that sense, the AI is becoming more accessible for the public, for the individual users. Thus, it will generate some more trust because more people will come close to it and see what it generates. You don't even need to be, let's say, a coder or programmer. You just need to prompt the command, sort of, then speak to me or explain me like I'm 5 about, I don't know, quantum physics, anything. But there are other, let's say, AI optimizations that are focused more on the, let's say, decision support systems, and there is something that we have to look at more closely because it does affect. It's not just a passive algorithm; it's actively operating with the humans. Hopefully, this was a comment for you. But
thanks. Nina, would you like to say?
Yeah, I would just like to add something related to, let's say, more social sciences perspective, and to answer your question, which I think it's really right on point and very lucid one. But to underline Jure's statement, I would just put this into, let's say, a more kind of structuralist prism of thinking through social formation, and to go to the end of our presentation, that obviously digitalization is related to a pattern of inequality, and what we're going to see and what we're already seeing also within the work we do within European projects is that obviously where there is concentration of wealth, you will also have amplification of the use of digital technologies. And on the other hand, you will have obviously the amplification of peripheral, let's say, underdevelopment if we stay within the discourse of development. So what we wanted to do also with our paper and with our work is to, in a way, grab out these discourses on AI and machine learning from, let's say, this capitalist appropriation discourse, and to think it through, let's say, through civic use. What we can do with it, and what can we do also within this, let's say, Slovenia as a peripheral capitalist state, in a way. It's happening on theoretical level, but I think that also this critical analysis is of vital importance also in our aim to develop, let's say, critical concepts, how to think about these processes, and to just pinpoint and develop conceptual framework, so to be able to, with concepts also, let's say, generate other the way how we think about these technologies in a more, let's say, I will not say utopian way, but not in this extreme capitalistic way, let's say it this way.
Yeah. Not to only think of it, of the, let's say, technologies in general, not just AI, not just the externalities of private sector, but also something that can be co-created according to the needs of, let's say, society, the public sphere for its own use. Of course, this is not an easy task, but we do have to think differently. I mean, nothing is really set, I guess.
And just
there are alternatives always. So.
And just, I just remembered also when we were preparing this paper, I think it's also important that we move beyond these, let's say, user-friendly discourses when we're talking about the use of digital technologies, because obviously there's a need to systemic kind of critical approach that needs to be developed, and perhaps also to one example of how to use AI is our colleague within our project group is actually working on how to use AI for these digital skills programs and how to obviously be of help not just to individual user but to public education systems in a way.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we have the last word is for Jan. Jan, do you have something to add?
I think there's one from the audience.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we are closing very soon, but I mean, Jan, please.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
You're fine. Okay, so then Ed, please.
This is for you then. Sorry. You took me through a time warp. My PhD studies had me reading Carnap and Neurath and the gang from Vienna and onward. And it was a critique. It fell into that critique of behaviorism you discussed a little bit. So I'm surprised I'm back thinking about this again today, specifically with regard to explication, which I also discussed many, many years ago. I found your presentation fascinating. I wasn't quite sure what the animating impulse was for it, but I would just ask a couple of questions that might, from your point of view, be absolutely irrelevant. Okay? One is it possible to ask the question, who does the explicating? Is that relevant? Because from there, going down, I would say, the reductive path, things happen, right? So I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to get the people back into this process. And maybe they're in there. I'm just not sure. The other thing is, no matter who does that or how that's done, do you see, and I thought Carnap made this mistake all the time, frankly, and that was metaphor leaves the room. Not much room for metaphor, you would say ambiguity. But ambiguity and metaphor are great invitations for different members of a population to participate in a discussion. So, though I can go on, I'll stop right there, but I just wondered what you thought about those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you. May I ask you to answer in 2 sentences, because we are running out of time.
Oh, wait a minute. You're asking
then you can continue the discussion.
Yes.
Ask something back.
So yeah, for me, the motivation was to use this as a way to describe the behavior of engineers, not as a theory of like philosophical theory, but some kind of a reality for someone who is an engineer. He is kind of faced with this situation. On the other hand, for today's event, we also had this, what I think is a very sympathetic moment of kind of how should we construct public sphere. And then we are the people doing the explicating. And I wanted to show you how because this is a very high sociological concept, and it has to come to the bottom without being too reductive. Yeah. So I agree with the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Ed, anything more?
Oh, I dare not.
Okay, thank you.
It's not about this, it'll be something else.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is the final session, sorry, not final session. This was the session before the final session. So thank you very much for all the presenters. And now I give floor to Slavko.
Okay, what follows is the concluding discussion. I'm not here to make any. I'm not trying to summarize the discussion that took place today, which I think was very constructive, despite the fact that there was a lot of, some of you said, pessimism in the debate. But despite of that, I would say there were a number of ideas presented and proposed, which to me indicate that there is quite a lot of energy in us for the future research in the field we call public sphere or publicness or publichood. So I would invite all of you, I mean, if anyone would like to come forward with an idea to be discussed in the near future, if any of you has an idea of a proposal to be made to the Slovenian government, or anything else, please let me know or come to the floor and tell us or ask us what you have in mind. Anything like that? No? So I'm in a quite bad position, but I will have to report to the Academy what great proposals were made in this assembly. I will have to invent something for that purpose. I would briefly comment on what was happening today here. And as I said, I really found this colloquium quite constructive in the sense I explained, and there are some. I'm not going into all these ideas presented here, but some of them actually are ideas that are and were connected with writings about publicness and the public sphere for centuries, actually. For example, the question of regulation, which I think is, and it was addressed, the issue was addressed in several papers, starting, I think, with Christian Fuchs and his, I think, very important idea about the regulation of the public service media and public service internet. The problem, I think, with regulation are how to address or how to answer three key questions. First, and they are not simple questions. They are very, very complex questions. First of them, what exactly to regulate? We heard in the last presentation, don't try to regulate Say it? Algorithms. But the use of algorithms. It is a good topic to discuss. Whether I mean, it's not a simple answer. Then, when to regulate? There was this very good example of how European Commission reacted to when social media, or to put it the other way, when public service broadcasters in Europe wanted to include in their activities social media, and they were not allowed to do that, which had tremendous consequences for the social media in the European Union. And we can go back to 19th century, when the first ideas appeared to suggesting that there was a strong need to regulate the press because of its commercialization, and there, of course, was opposition to that, as it was later when it was discussion about social media, and the opponents of regulation were too powerful at that time already, so the press was never regulated. Except, of course, it was regulated by the market. And probably the most difficult question is how to regulate. And here, I think, is the idea of publicness and the public sphere. The public or publics is becoming very important, because since the very beginning, to my understanding, the idea of publicness was related exactly to the question of how to regulate social relations, how to come to decisions that would be optimized in relation to the majority, or to the most important interests, or depending in different contexts. So the question. That question was, in my understanding, at the essence of those writings and thoughts about publicness in the 19th century already. And nowadays, I think it's that's I'm so critical, and I'm talking about banalization of the concept of the public sphere, precisely because these important issues which were discussed today are not addressed usually when they are talking about the public sphere. Public sphere is, I'm afraid, becoming kind of technical terms without any specific, not to say critical meaning. On the contrary, is becoming a kind of administrative concept which you can use in all different occasions. And it's, I would say, in the sense, history is repeating itself. This is exactly what was happening with the concept of public opinion, and when the concept was reinterpreted or explicated in a very specific way as polls. So the question Risto raised about, no, was it Risto or was it Ed? Sorry. Who is explicating, I think, is extremely important, not only in the sense that this should be personalized and to know that it's about people who are doing that. I think this is also important when we are talking about different systems, or we are talking about different sciences and so on. So absolutely, the question of regulation is one of those themes, I think, which we should discuss in the future much more than before, but not in technical terms. So this is not an issue that should be directly related to some legal concerns, but to the broader context of how to govern Another topic I found interesting, it was discussed partly here, partly during the break, is the question of, which I would call accessibility paradox. For all this, I mean, whenever there was a new technological, communication technology invention, there was a fear that this new technology would have damaging consequences for society on the one hand, and on the other hand, of course, there were optimists or utopians or whatever would you say they are or were, that the consequences would open up the public space, the public sphere, and so on. Historically, we could say, I think, that the more opportunities were given to a broader access to the public sphere, to more individuals, to different classes, and so on, the less reason was prevailed in public debates. And that has happened already with the press, and late 19th century, early 20th century, there were critiques already about the consequences of opening up the public space to less educated rural people and so on, as Tennis wrote about. And that I think is exactly what's happening nowadays. Exactly the same thing we are facing. And this, I would say, is directly also related to the question of regulation, which does not apply only to this these technological changes should be implemented in the sphere of the media, but this is a broader question of how to regulate. If I go back to Dewey and Lippmann 100 years ago, how to regulate education in society. In what way individuals should be allowed, or even, in quotation mark, forced to be educated. When, how. And so this is a crucial question as well. And the third one, it was mentioned, of course, it's the relation between the private and the public sphere. Those changes, I mean, the changes in the relationship between privacy and publicacy, as some people would say, have happened all the time. What is the, why this is becoming so important today? I think the key issue here is that privacy until recently was taken for something for granted. It was not something that you as a person you have to achieve, you have to fight for. And now we are, I mean, in this century, I think we are the first time that actually privacy is becoming similar to publicity, that there is action needed to provide privacy as it is needed for to achieve publicity. And this kind of actions, if there is no clear border, clear limit between them, could have socially very damaging consequences. I should probably finish my reflections by mentioning public engagement. I think it's when we are talking, at least me, about the public sphere and publicness, it is mainly about public engagement. I actually am very grateful to that he initiated this question about how this public engagement is being transformed into a special kind of industry, which is the general problem, I think, of the public sphere. That the public sphere is a sphere of industry nowadays. It's not a sphere of publicness. So, to conclude, really, I would say that it was really a constructive meeting. I appreciate being able to be here with you. Thank you all for coming. And I certainly hope that there will be more opportunities in the future to continue these constructive discussions. Thank you, all of you, and Jerne would have some words probably for the rest of the day.
No special conclusion from my side. I would just also like to thank you all for being here and to invite you, of course, on all the presenters on the concluding dinner of today's colloquium. So that's all. Yeah, and we'll meet. Yeah, we will go there probably soon. Yeah. Yeah.